The most hated airline in the world.
Ryanair is the largest airline in Europe, flying over 180 million passengers every year. And unlike most airlines, Ryanair offers flights for as little as $9.99. But
how the hell do they get a flight for $9.99? Is it like a 30-minute flight across cities, bro? A $10 airline flight? I feel like the average plane flight that I'm buying costs like $300.
For every passenger who loves Ryanair's cheap tickets, there's another one who has sworn never to fly with them again. Ryanair is infamous for charging ridiculous.
Well, I hate to be that guy, but if you're getting on an airline that's, you know, charging $9.99 for a plane seat, I'm assuming there's a catch. Coupled with the fact that you're probably going to have pretty bad service. I think it's fair to like rate something very poorly, but in light of the price. Like if you're getting on a plane that's taking you across multiple like states or countries and you're paying $20 for your seat and you're like, dude, I was crammed in the back the whole time. It was really uncomfortable and it smelled bad. I mean, what did you think? You know, you thought you were going to get a fucking five-star experience sitting in the back of the plane in Ryanair, you know, basically standing up by the toilet seat.
Ridiculous hidden fees, taking passengers to unexpected destinations, and changing their schedule.
That's kind of fun. If you don't have anywhere specific to be. How do you get on? What do you mean Ryanair taking them to unexpected locations? Like you get on the plane thinking you're going to Germany and you end up in like Philippines?
At the very last minute. And if you head to their social media accounts, you'll find that instead of helping out, Ryanair often just trolls their passengers, quite literally making memes out of their complaints. There are countless horror stories about flying Ryanair.
I mean, but I kind of think that's respectable. You're paying for a low-class experience. You're paying to get there, right? I think that's the only thing that needs... If you're paying $15 for a fucking flight, the only thing that should be getting voted on is, did I die and did I make it there? Like, it's different if I'm, like, paying $450 to fly on a fucking American Airlines flight, and then it's a really shitty experience. Like, I could be mad and be like, wow, Ryanair really sucked. But I'd be like, yeah, I paid $30 for my plane seat.
But here's where things get weird. Behind the scenes, everything Ryanair does is actually genius. Even with such low prices, they have one of the highest profit margins in the entire airline industry.
How? They run the plane on fast food oil.
Ryanair's journey from a single plane to Europe's largest airline is fascinating.
So how does it make money if their fucking plane seats are $10.99 or $9.99?
So strap yourself in, because the story of Ryanair is gonna be a wild ride.
Let me explain something to you. I set the rules and you follow them blindly.
Tony Ryan began Ryanair in 1984, starting off with just a single aircraft flying from Ireland to London. However, as they tried to expand and offer more routes, the business started losing more.
Ireland to London, isn't that not, that's like an hour flight. Is that long of a plane ride? Ireland to London? I feel like that's very short. That's like puddle jumper plane.
More money. So Tony asked his personal assistant, Michael O'Leary, to take a look at the business. And what he found was a mess of unmerciful proportions. Michael's first assessment was that Ryanair should simply shut down, because it was losing millions every year. But Tony said that wasn't...
How the hell is a small plane company that's only flying one place to one place losing millions of dollars? I never understand that. I know there's businesses, and there's like benefits for businesses being in the red at times, especially if you have multiple businesses, because you're able to write off stuff and you could be in the red for multiple years before it's a big issue with the like IRS or the government, like because you're able to like offset those costs. But if you're like an airline company or a company in general, and they're like, yeah, we actually lost $85 million this year, and you're a full functioning business on the stock market, and you're like, I understand there's a lot of steps they have to take for like future projections, and so they spend more money than they make, but I'm like, 85 million in the red, 85 million in the red, and we're still up and running. Like, what the fuck? They said they were expanding. That might be why.
An option. So Michael's next assessment was that Ryanair needed to completely restructure itself and cut down their costs by whatever means necessary. Tony trusted Michael, so he asked him to help make Ryanair profitable. They agreed a deal where instead of a salary, Michael would get 25% of any profits Ryanair made over $2 million. And
what a terrible fucking deal. Not for this guy, for the fucking Tony, dude. You're gonna be like, well, I mean, he did have a failing business, so he had nothing else really to fucking give him. Yeah, I'm gonna give you 25% of my business effectively if you just fucking bring us out of the red.
Michael would lead the airline as chief executive. Given that Ryanair was losing millions a year, Tony doubted whether Michael would make any money at all from this deal. However, Michael realized that trying to offer a better service than the more established airlines was not the right option. And so the first thing Michael did was head over to America to check out Southwest Airlines, a company that was charging as little as $10 for some of their flights.
Oh my god, no, you know the worst airline I've ever been on? Frontier. It's not Spirit, it's Frontier. Spirit and Frontier are like twins when it comes to that. They're both dog shit. They have the cheapest flights, but they fly like 4 places and their seating's terrible. You also got to think, bro, bright yellow plane. Ugh. Yeah, what a fucking great business idea. Spirit Airlines. Spirit Airlines. We're going to have a fucking plane. We're going to, hey, why don't we paint it the fucking color of a school bus?
Study their process and figure out how they were offering fares so cheaply. And he was hugely impressed with what he saw. Michael compared Southwest
I feel like it's just add-ons now. You buy a $10 ticket, but then you have to pay to reserve a seat for like $40. Then you pay for a bag for $50, and then you have to pay for food and drinks. Like they kind of just, you know, nickel and dime you the whole way.
Every process, from checking the plane before a flight, to boarding the passengers, to the in-flight services, was optimized to increase efficiency and decrease operating costs. When he returned from the US, Michael was inspired and vowed he was going to turn Ryanair into an ultra low-cost airline that offered customers rock-bottom prices. However, many questioned, with rock-bottom prices, how was Ryanair ever going to turn a profit? Well, Michael had a plan for that, and the best way to see it in action is for us to take a flight with Ryanair.
Don't they jam the seats together? Bro, that's how you know. Have you ever been on an airline flight and you look to your left and it's like the window doesn't line up with the seat? That's how you know they're fucking like messing with the insides of those planes to fit more space. Where it's like you're not looking out a window, it's like half on the side, so you kind of see the window behind you and the window in front of you. I saw one picture, and I feel like it was a fake image, but it was supposed to be like these new airline seats that they're inventing. Oh my god, is it real? They're stand-up seats where like you're so much closer to the person in front of you. You kind of like half sit. You're in like a crouch position almost. Like you're on a roller coaster. Ooh. I know my ass would be cramping out. Dude, look at this. Who the fuck invented this? And in the American economy, you know, I hate to be that guy. 40% of Americans are overweight or obese, all right? And you're going to try and tell me that, like, anybody over 200 pounds is going to fit? I don't even know if I weigh 178 pounds, but I'm tall, right? I don't even know if I would fit in this fucking seat.
Ticket. But you can only buy Ryanair tickets online. That way, the process is streamlined and they cut out travel agencies taking a commission. Ryanair's tickets are especially cheap, but that's because customers are really only paying for a random seat on the plane. If you want to choose a seat so you can sit next to who you're traveling with, that's extra. And if you want to take
I literally said that. That's how they fucking get you. Because I always travel with Brooke. I'm like, oh. Wait, and it's not just Ryanair. I'm like, oh, dude, it's only like $100. It's only $100 for this fucking ticket. Oh, but if you want to sit next to somebody, it's $95 per extra. And I'm like, oh.
Any luggage other than a backpack, that's extra.
What's the most amount you spent on a ticket? Iceland. I think the most I've ever spent on an individual plane ticket was probably like $1,500. No, it wasn't to Iceland. I think it was to the Caribbean. Because it was just they only have like 3 flights in and out. Traveling to Wyoming was very expensive as well. Because everything goes through Denver.
On the ticket itself. Ryanair saves tons of money this way because most governments tax airlines on the airfare, but not the add-ons. Not just that, it means Ryanair are always going to be at the top of price comparison searches, as they're sorted based.
Oh, so it's like a loophole with the government too. And then it's just instantly free marketing. On what's that website that you get a lot of flights on? Expedia. Expedia's fucking running that shit. But you're taking 8 planes each way, all different airlines. You're going to be connecting 3 times. It's only $10 to fly all the way across the country, but you're going to connect in fucking 15 different states.
Based on ticket price,
all on different airlines.
Not including the extra hidden costs. Now, when you're booking your tickets, make sure you don't fill in any of your details incorrectly, as Ryanair can sometimes charge over €100 to make any changes. Articles have pointed out that it is cheaper to legally change your name and passport than to change names on Ryanair tickets. When you arrive at the airport, Ryanair saves on staff costs too by not having any check-in desks, and they'll charge a hefty fee to anyone that forgets to check in online. After this, the passengers head to the gate, which might be inconvenient.
How do you check in your bag then? Oh, they don't have check-in desks, but they still have bag drop.
Airlines less for using certain gates, and Ryanair always takes the cheapest ones. Next, the passengers head onto the plane, but instead of using a skybridge, Ryanair makes them take a bus and walk up the stairs, because again, it's cheaper. Once inside, the passengers will see that there's no first class on Ryanair, because having only one type of seat,
no first class on Ryanair, everyone's equal,
streamlines the cleanup process after the flight. You'll also notice that the plane is absolutely crammed with passengers. Ryanair uses mostly Boeing 737s, which typically seat around 170 passengers, but Ryanair stuff around 200 in the same space.
Oh my god, bro. For them to shove 200 people in the same spot, your knees have to be against the wall. Or not against the wall, against the seat in front of you, like pressing. And I'm assuming they don't have this feature. They don't have the lean back. I'm assuming all the seats are like hard locked upright. Like you can't move.
The max that regulations allow. This means you won't have much legroom, and to make things worse, the seats can't be reclined.
Yep.
That's because these are the cheapest seats for Ryanair to buy and maintain. It also means some of their window seats don't have a window at all.
Wait, this is what we were talking about. No window at all, though. I've never been on an airline where I didn't have a window. I've been on an airline where it's been like 2 windows split in my seat.
In the case of seat 11A, this is what you're getting. Next up, the flight attendants give a safety brief.
Just staring at a wall. God, and they probably charge more for a window seat if you want it. At Ryanair, window seat, eh? Doesn't look like that.
Next up, the flight attendants give a safety brief. But instead of your typical safety brochure, the information is printed on the back of the seat's headrest. This way, there's no need for pockets on the back of the seats, which makes...
I mean, who the fuck reads the safety brochures anyway? I always go into an airline going, if this bitch goes down, I'm dying, okay? I don't need... She always goes... And in case of oxygen, make sure you help your first before assisting others. You can see the seatbelt in front of you straps like this. You could also blow up the life jacket, or you could pull the tab. I'm like, bitch, I'm dying. Okay, if we crash in the middle of the Atlantic, it's cooked. Right? We're not getting saved.
Cleaning up way faster. And usually it's the flight attendants who do the cleaning themselves, which dramatically reduces Ryanair's staff bill.
Our people are our most important asset. No, they're our biggest expense.
Then the pilot introduces himself over the speakers, but they're probably not a Ryanair employee. Instead of hiring pilots the traditional way, Ryanair makes them start their own companies in Ireland and then hires them as contractors.
Is that like a weird loophole so they don't have to pay them like fucking like health insurance and shit?
This way they can avoid paying for health insurance.
Yeah. I know the business methods. Independent contractors aren't required to get... Independent contractors, I believe, can work full-time and not get benefits. Because you're not technically working for the company. You're your own company that's getting contracted to do something. It's not a pre-watch, chat. That's just how business works.
Insurance or severance. Once the plane takes off, passengers...
Why would any pilot agree to do that, though? They have to be getting higher salaries. That's the only way, because why would any Ryanair pilot rather work with Ryanair than any other company? For them to openly open an LLC in another country, or if they're a part of Ireland or the UK in general, and then get fucking subcontracted to work on the airline rather than get benefits.
You'll notice that there's no in-flight internet or screens to watch movies.
Quick flight hours. Oh, so do you think that these are less experienced pilots too? So they rack up more hours so they could go somewhere else? Oh, fuck no.
Movies on.
Oh, fuck no.
That's an
Ryanair's got fucking teenagers up at the front, at the helm, fucking flying that shit. We're coming in heavy. We're coming in hot. Let me know when I can land. Dude, are you a junior in high school or you're landing the plane right now? What the fuck?
Necessary cost. And if you want any food mid-flight, or even just a glass of water, you're gonna have to pay. Nothing on the plane is free.
You gotta pay for water?
So Ryanair turns what is an expense for other airlines into another revenue stream. You won't be waiting long though. The average Ryanair flight is just over 2 hours. This is optimal for fuel efficiency, and it also...
Isn't it common for people in the UK to take Ryanair to Ibiza, Spain, like every weekend for like $10 or something?
When the passengers land, they might find they're further away from their destination than they hoped. Ryanair usually flies to secondary airports outside big cities, as they charge much lower landing and takeoff fees. For example, the Ryanair ticket may say London, but instead of flying to one of the main airports like Heathrow, Ryanair may go to Luton, which is not even in London, or...
Pissed. You take Ryanair. Oh shit, now I gotta take a 2-hour Uber. The most regretted college degrees.
Zach went to college. I did not. Is college a waste of time? According to the Federal Reserve, 35% of college grads regret their field of...
35% of college grads regret the degree they got? Holy Do you think that's college grads wishing they were in another subsection in their field or an entirely different field? I don't even know if that's off money, though. They might just hate their job.
Study. So today we are breaking down the top 5 most regretted and top 5 least regretted degrees.
I feel like most regretted are all going to be BAs. Coming from somebody with a BA. It's gonna be people with arts degrees like art humanities degrees. I think, what is a BA? Bachelors of Arts versus Bachelors of Science. You could get a BA, or a lot of degrees you can only get in BA or only BS, but there's some that you could get a BS or a BA. But least regretted, I'm probably going to think that people say like comp sci, STEM, like bio or like chem majors. I think most regretted, but it's not even off just money, dude. They might just hate their job. Education. I think teachers hate their fucking jobs more than ever. More than ever. Not because they don't get paid enough. And some people are like, teachers get paid a lot. Bro, they should get paid more, bro. They're teaching our youth. Isn't it weird how, like, some teachers make, like, fucking nothing? I'm like, bro, these are the people that are, like, training the future generation. I feel like teachers should maybe potentially be more qualified, but also get paid way more. Because you're literally training the next generation of people. So I feel like teachers just hate their jobs now because the kids suck and the fucking programs suck. It depends on the place on whether or not you're getting paid well, if you have good material supplies, and then also freedom of teaching.
Talk to people.
So education's probably bottom of the barrel. I'm going to go like number 2. God, what's number 1? We got to lock in one before we start the video. We got to lock in one guess on least regretted and most regretted. Least regretted degree. What makes money? I'm going to go like some sort of shit that's like a doctor path. Ooh, engineering. Yeah. But like generic engineering or like civil engineering. Lawyers? Bro, I would think lawyer would be in most regretted. I'm going to go lawyer. I'm going to go lawyer number 1 most regretted. Bro, lawyers hate their jobs unless they make bag. Why? Because most lawyers make fucking nothing. You pass the bar, you spend so much of your life sweating dick so you can fucking make money just to potentially make nothing. Lawyers number 1, least regretted, I'll go engineering.
Who got these degrees?
Accounting? I would say accounting maybe like number 3 on least regretted.
Do you regret your degree?
And most importantly, we're going to decide whether Zach is an idiot for going to art school.
Got it!
All right, let's jump right into it, starting with the 5th most regretted college degree / field of study.
Oh my God, no, I said that had a chance of being 1.
Education. Damn, that's a bummer.
No, I don't even think that's a bummer. I'm surprised it's that low.
That's so sad.
That is a bummer. Yeah, it's the people who take care of our kids, man.
My sister got her degree in education, actually. We should call her because she's not a teacher anymore. Do you wish you had studied something other than education?
Yes, because
Oh my God, an instant yes.
I don't really use my bachelor's.
What do you think the main thing is?
That's a lot. You see it more and more now. So many of my friends have jobs in fields that have nothing to do with their degree. I don't know if that's just like my friend group, but a lot of my friends are in the union, but a lot of them that have degrees just work in random fields that have nothing to... How? Because a lot of the time, jobs want you to have a degree. It doesn't matter what degree it's in. Not, like, obviously, medicine, STEM shit, it does. But if you're working, like... You could reasonably get a marketing job with, like, a fucking accounting degree or, like, a finance degree. Like, you could get in a similar field but not have the expertise in the major that you had. Do you regret your degree? No. I would have if I went for PT. Exercise science, that's what I was originally going for. And then I swapped to philosophy. Philosophy, not great for getting jobs. But usually you go for, like... You go to grad school with a philosophy degree.
Is that
So a BA in philosophy is like fucking useless.
causes people who got their degrees in education to regret it?
Red tape.
Ah, like what do you
Just-
mean?
Well, they're not doing this for the pay. They're obviously doing this for a greater purpose. You know, you're trying to do what you think is best, and you have to go through different structures of way of doing things. You know, government implementing all their blockades and the politics of it. These structures aren't necessarily created by people that teach.
Well, there's a weird middle ground between blocking what people are able to do and not, because you do need some restriction for teachers, because if you have no restriction for teachers, they could just do and teach whatever they want within like a thin guideline, which is really bad, because then you're just getting shoved the ideologies of the teacher down your throat. Otherwise, but like that doesn't really happen. A lot of people say that happens in college. I don't think it does. I think in college, it really depends on the major and the degree you're going for, but they'll share your opinion, but they're not acting like you need it. But in high school, I don't know. What? How? If you had like a really religious or non-religious teacher that wanted to like kind of just weave that into everyday teachings, like that's more the separation in church and state idea. But that's why you have restrictions like that. You don't bring religion into schools. Because if you let teachers do whatever they wanted without restrictions, they would start pushing their religious ideologies onto you, right? Or doing those sorts of things intertwined with their regular teachings. Not always, but I'm saying you can't just have them, you know, do whatever they want, because then they're going to fucking just teach them as if you're their kid.
So it's a lot of back and forth.
Good thing for that? Yes, but then there's also too many restrictions where they ban books. They don't allow you to teach certain things or talk about certain subjects. On either side of the political spectrum, it's like it becomes a game of like what's allowed and what's not allowed to talk about in a classroom. And it's like you get a long list of like this, and this is a no-go.
Come up against. I don't know.
I went to a private school, like I went to a religious school in high school. And a lot of the teachers that I talked to openly said they make less money at that school, but they would rather teach there because they got to teach what they wanted to. Because private schools have more free reign outside of the religious aspect. outside of the religious aspect of the school where you're taking theology classes. It's more like when I took world literature, my high school teacher got to pick every book we read, right? He mapped the class himself. There was no guidelines. It's just like they need to be able to learn some sort of comprehension.
Bureaucracy.
Yeah,
thanks for being in our video.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome. Bye.
That was insightful. to some
Yeah,
extent.
for sure.
What a bummer for that to be the first one, dude.
Yeah, dude.
Let's get a little bit more
Oh
positive.
my
Number
fuck!
5, least
Dude, there's too many fucking chords in this cuck-ass room. Lock in.
regretted. Business/management. That
It's because it's a broad degree. You could get so many jobs with that major, but I feel like a business management degree. Ooh, wait. Sorry, I was thinking. Business management, understandable. Most regretted, communications is on this list. On most regretted. Least regretted, I could see accounting, finance.
makes
Interesting.
sense. So, business and management includes a lot of things: business administration, finance, marketing, accounting, human resource management, international business. Basically, anything that needs to be taken care
Okay, so we're just lumping all of that into 5.
of is in business.
I think people who get this degree have no delusion about what their life's going to be like. I'm coming to
I also think that anybody that gets a business degree isn't like, yeah, I really just want to crunch numbers and do people's taxes. I really want to manage and market a business company. I feel like most of the time there are people that do that, but if I had to guess, like 70% of business majors just want to make money. I do want to do that, really. You want to be an accountant, really. I'm not judging that. I'm not making fun of that. That's fine. You want to be like, when somebody's like, what's your dream job? You go, I want to save people money in taxes. That's what you want to do. But money not involved. Like, not the fact that you could potentially make really good money. It's like, yeah, nothing wrong with that. Nothing's wrong with it. I just can't. That's the opposite end of the spectrum for me, right? Like, I would never want to be like, dude, do you think there's anybody that's like, I want to be an auditor for the IRS? Like, that's the job. That's the dream job, is auditing. Like, that sounds so bad. I would hate that job. I mean, maybe you get some sort of pleasure in like sticking it to the rich guy that didn't pay his taxes. But it's like, oh, fuck, bro. You want to work for the IRS?
college to have a good time, and if things don't work out, hey, that's okay. If they do work out, great. You know, like, it's just
Business, dude. These guys have TikToks and they walk up to restaurants and try and get in without reservations.
Let me see if my buddy Matt. I think he majored in business. Yo, Matt.
what up?
You majored in business, right?
Yeah, I majored in marketing.
Hi, I'm James.
I fully think, bro, I really don't think marketing degrees are needed for the marketing space, though. And I whenever I have takes on this shit, a lot of like the YouTube commenters, if this becomes a video, Joe's such a fucking idiot. He knows nothing about marketing. I know. I'm just saying this is my personal perspective. You say I'm an idiot. That's fine. Explain why, and I'm fine with that. Right? I'm not saying you're wrong. There are times where I have horrible takes. But I don't think I took a marketing class in college. It was daycare. Everything that I learned in that class was absolute horse shit. And when I was taking the class, one of the main things that people say, and I kind of agree, is why the fuck are you a professor if you're so successful in marketing? I'm sorry. I get being a professor for like chemistry or philosophy or fucking STEM shit. Why are you a professor for fucking marketing if you're a marketing guru? Wouldn't you be making racks marketing? And you're teaching me the fucking tips and tricks? Bro, I feel like I'm getting a fucking PowerPoint rundown made by ChatGPT. I remember the first fucking 3 weeks of class was about like perceived value. Oh my God. It's just basic shit everybody knows. You've seen an ad. You want to make your product seem valuable. You want to have a low production cost with a high value rate. iPhones are like the pinnacle of the marketing world. They cost pennies to make and they sell for the fucking profit margins that Ferraris do. Like, they're insane, right? They churn shit like Ford cars, but they have the margins of Ferraris. It's like everybody knows that. Why the fuck? It's not pennies, bro. I know, you dumbass. It's not pennies, bro. Yeah, it's dude, I'm not actually saying they cost pennies. I'm saying they're cheap. Oh. Fucking hell, bro.
It's the number 5, like, people are most happy that they...
But that's what I'm saying. Like, when I took marketing, granted, it was the first class. And I know it's going to go much more in depth after that. But, like, I fully believe experience outweighs, what word am I looking for? Oh, like, requirements. Like, if you have a degree in marketing and you go to apply for a job versus a guy that has proven success in marketing and social media, who are they going to hire? Who are they going to hire? The fucking guy that's proven his success, not some dude that just got a 4-year degree for marketing. Like, that's why when you go to the, like, business in general, do the internships. Do the internships, because that's how you get in. That's how you get the experience, because the experience with the degree is always going to be an experience. But if you just have the degree, you're not going to get a fucking job at a high-tier place because they want a guy that knows what he's doing.
Adrian did it.
Really?
Yeah. Do you regret your degree? Are you happy that you got your degree?
Here, one second. Can I also just do a copy real quick? Or pour over? Just give me 1 second to finish paying real quick.
Yeah.
You can tell this guy's got the goods.
Yeah. So doing a second transaction, right? Yeah. Perfect. Let's just do that.
That's all.
Okay. Thank you. I was basically like highly recommended by my parents that I need to get a business degree. But I would have got a degree in like engineering or science in some capacity because I actually like enjoyed that.
Yeah.
Like if you got a degree in like finance or accounting, I think that'd be helpful. Like I got a degree in marketing, I think that's like an absolute joke. I don't think it actually.
Oh, weird. Weird. I was just doing a rambling about how marketing degree is a fucking piece of shit. What the fuck? I think you learn valuable shit. But like, bro, all smart marketing guys that I watch speak know their shit from the jobs they've held versus the degree they had. Like, you could get a genius. Throw it in sub only! Please! Holy shit! Why are people spamming that, bro? Stop that poll, mods. I'm sorry, bro. I really want to lock in today. I'm really excited about the videos we're watching. Please stop trolling, mods. I'm genuine. I'm actually asking you. I'm not faking the rage right now. I want to lock in. I look over at my chat. Nobody's typing shit that has to do with it. Please. Please, chat. It's in sub only. Shut the fuck up. Oh my. Are we ready?
Like helps with anything. But like I'm happy I guess that I have it.
It's the 5th least regretted. Like, why do you think that is?
I would say that people are probably happy with it because it like everybody ends up going and working in business no matter what your profession is.
Well, dude.
Yeah, it's more you need the degree to get in the door versus actually the expertise. It's just the fact that you need a business degree.
Thanks for answering our questions, dude. I'll see you tonight.
Yeah, I'll see you tonight.
All right, later.
Should I not tell Lindsay?
See ya tonight. Okay, that was hilarious. He's like, I don't regret it at all. Huge waste of time.
Yeah. But he did make a good point there at the end where like everything is business.
Yeah, I think no matter what you do in your life, you'd be like, oh, well, I used that thing I learned from business school. Like, there will be something.
Yeah.
You won't feel like it was.
Yeah, I'm not saying that you're not getting any value out of a marketing. I think business degrees in general have value. I think going to school for general business is weird because you should still just pick some sort of alleyway down the line. Like getting a general business degree versus some form of expertise in a specific field, like finance, accounting, marketing, international business, like that's better.
It's a total waste.
Also, we got to see a little peek of the degree in use when he solved that coffee problem.
Yeah, so doing a second transaction, right?
Let's just make 2 transactions. That's management.
Let's make 2 transactions. Yeah, your fucking business marketing degree is really going to come in handy when you're at the checkout line at Starbucks.
It's business. Now back to the sad list. The number 4 most regretted college degree / field of study is...
Bro, those are literally the 2. Oh my God. No, I thought law would be number 1. What are the other 2? or other three. Law, I fully get people hating because the success rates. Law is also so stressful. Passing the bar exam.
Law.
Really?
Chat, it's not pre-watched. Those are the two most really. Those are the most obvious degrees. Art? What do you mean art? Can you just get a degree in art? I feel like it has to be more specific than that. There's no way you can just get a BA in art. You would have to have like art with a specification in painting or sculpture.
Law.
Really?
Interesting.
Fine arts? Yeah, but a fine arts degree is different. Like you could get a fine arts degree in ballet, but you're not just getting art.
That is interesting. I bet it's for depressing reasons. It's easier to convince yourself that you could be a lawyer than you could be a doctor. Like, there's no part of me.
No. I think it would be, okay. I think it would be harder to be a lawyer than a GP. But I think being a surgeon is a hell of a lot harder. I think being a GP is a great job. Being able to walk in and do like yearly checkups, maybe a prostate exam here and there, that's a great job, you know? You just walk in, do the same shit every day. You get paid like $150K more, maybe, depending on how far you into your fucking career. And then you leave. What's a GP? General practitioner. It's basically the doctor you go to for like your yearly checkup. Does your GP do your prostate exam? I don't know. Do you have a specific doctor for that? I hope not. I feel like that'd be really creepy. You have to go to your prostate doctor. I don't have one. Don't worry, we'll schedule your appointment. You walk in, he's just like putting on the glove.
It's like, oh, I could be a doctor. But like 100% of me is like, dude, I'd be a sick lawyer. And I also
just lubed up. You think there's ever been a situation where like somebody's been getting their prostate exam and like they actually just like poop on the doctor's hand? You don't shit before you go. You drink a coffee right before. Just open the floodgates.
also think that,
Oh my God, how embarrassing that would be.
that the way lawyers are
Pooping on the doctor's hand 1,000 times. That's very common.
portrayed in art and media is pretty romantic. Like, how many movies are there about like a Matthew? You can't handle the truth. Yeah.
What's a prostate? This is going to sound really fucking stupid. Women don't have prostates, right? Okay, good. I was right. Men have prostates. It's like prostate cancer is also very common. Like if you live to 80, you're probably going to have prostate cancer. Most of the time, like my grandfather died with prostate cancer, not of prostate cancer. He had prostate cancer for like 10 years. It does kill people, but a lot of time it's like slow growing. Prostate cancer or your prostate isn't that like, what is your prostate? Your nuts? No. I always envisioned your prostate being the taint region of a man. What is your prostate? Damn, so do women not have to get prostate exams? The prostate is a small walnut-sized gland located in the male reproductive system, just below the bladder in front of the rectum. Oh, but women have to get the clamps. Oh, yeah. Women have to get they have to go to, get a pap smear. I'd rather get a finger shoved up my ass any day of the week. Don't remind. What's a pap smear? A pap smear is for women when they basically like, it's literally like, imagine a car jack, but they just fucking wedge that shit open and then they have to like look. Ugh! If you're a guy and you go into becoming a gynecologist, that's a bit crazy. Can we agree on that? I'm not like full judging it, but if you're a guy and you go and you're like, I want to be a gynecologist, out of every career path.
Yeah.
Did you order the code red? You're goddamn right I did!
Giving speeches and stuff.
When the shit hits.
Damn, do you think that's going to be on the most regrettable, most regretted gynecologist? Prostate exam guy. I don't think that's a thing. How Wawa is beating fast food companies at their own game. Before we even get into this chat, who knows what Wawa is? Who knows what Wawa is? If you don't, it's basically 7-Eleven, but better. It's a superstore gas station. I would say the equivalent of a Wawa. Wawa's like northeast/east. I would say for like southern people, Buc-ee's. Buc-ee's a lot larger, but people perceive Buc-ee's as the same way that people in the northeast perceive Wawa. A very loved store, right? All the athletes, you know, get sponsored by Wawa. Most Eagles players are sponsored by Wawa. Not most, but a lot.
Steak shorty.
My bag. Hello, would you like to try a sample? How are you today, sir? Do you have a rewards card today?
It's
Sample? They ain't ever dealing out samples in Wawa. That was straight for the video, bro. That pissed me off. There was never somebody Kim outside of fucking Wawa handing out samplers.
Would you like to try a sample?
Never.
How are you today, sir? Do you have a rewards card today?
It's 10 a.m. on a Monday, and we're at a Wawa, one of America's largest convenience store chains, right outside of Philadelphia. 8:30. Have a great day.
Gobbler's back.
And you're stuck behind the guy that's getting 9 packs of cigarettes.
Yeah, let me get one of those. Let me get one of those Camel Crushes on the top left. Yeah. Do you have any of that? Do you have any of that Red Man chew? Oh yeah, I'll get one of those. Yep.
Then he pulls out a wad of cash, but it's unorganized. That's a casual experience at Wawa. Pulls out a fucking wad of cash. It's just like, it was just in his pocket. It wasn't even in his wallet. Just fucking,
yeah, let me just rummage through here.
Just pulling out fucking a $5 bill, a 20, a 10, a 50. He just has it all.
Today's the first day of the Gobbler.
Oh, don't get me started about, I'm a Gobbler hater. Dude, the Gobbler is this, if you don't know, okay, see, I'm talking about this like people know what this is. The Wawa Gobbler is this big promo they have at this store, like, for a month straight. And they're like, dude, come get the Gobbler at Wawa. And they get, like, Saquon Barkley and Jalen Hurts to be like eating the Gobbler. Yo, it's fucking disgusting. It's an entire Thanksgiving meal in one sandwich.
It's limited time offers inspired by Thanksgiving. Food has helped Wawa build a
Yuck.
fiercely loyal fan base, what some call a cult-like.
Now that's a little extreme. Getting a Wawa tattoo? Oh, no.
I love Wawa. I don't even get gas. I get food.
I love their products.
That is a lot of people. They're phasing those out, but they used to have, it used to be like a 7-Eleven where you could just get food, but now most Wawas are also gas stations. Patrick Welsh, Wawa customer.
Their sandwiches, their coffee.
I love their sandwiches. They even have some cool selections for drinks. It's really just a great old time.
Any cult following starts with each customer, each visit, each transaction.
Hey, Chris Geisens. He spoke at my high school.
Turning in it.
Hey, Chris Geisens. Rock on. CEO of Wawa.
To something more than it should be. We have 5 minutes with our customers. Make it the best 5 minutes of their day.
Have a nice day.
Expansion has been rapid. Revenue has more than doubled. And it's
a little stagnated here. Uh-oh. That worries me. Wawa, what the fuck?
And it's
we need to be on the up and up. We got to spread worldwide. We're making a monopoly here, Wawa. What are we fucking doing? We're at 18.9 billion, 18.8. That's bad.
Revenue has more than doubled, and its workforce has grown by nearly 90% over the past decade. But competition is fierce.
Yeah, half of those people are New Jersey gas attendants.
But competition is fierce. Convenience store chains are perfecting food, and fast food chains are expanding options and offering value deals and more customization.
You're gonna see
dude, the order screen at Wawa is like the perfect UI. Chat, you have never, if you're ever in a state that has a Wawa, go there. It's not gonna be some mind-boggling experience. I'm not gonna sit here and say like your life's gonna change, you know? But if you go to a Wawa, you're gonna leave that and be like, wow, that would be like really nice to have. You know, open 24/7, they always have like a bunch of meal options. It's like a million fast food places in one. You can get salads, hoagies, sandwiches, soup, mac and cheese, hot dogs, milkshakes, smoothies, re-energy fucking like juices. It's like, dude, it's fucking every espresso, cold brew. You can fucking get anything at a fucking Wawa. Whole pizza, you get at fucking Wawa. You know, lotto tickets, Zins, maybe heroin in the back, but they're not associated. It'd be another guy. Gamer Sups. Try it. Code BART. 10% off. Free shipping. Free sample pack at checkout. You could get cups. Powdered tubs. Or cans. Link in description. Bye.
Continued expansion of high quality food service in the convenience industry. And if anything, the quick service restaurants better watch out, because if you can get better food faster at a gas station, that kind of changes everything.
But with an estimated $18.8 billion in annual revenue and nearly 1,200 stores, Wawa is holding its own against public players like 7-Eleven and Casey's.
Yo, fuck Casey's! Yo, fuck Casey's for the motherfucker! Yo! Earlier before this stream started, or earlier before this video started, some motherfucker in my chat was like, oh, Casey's is better than all of them. Yo, 2,800 stores, $15.9 billion in revenue. 1,100 stores, $18.8 billion in revenue. Oh, which one's more successful? Honestly, if you crunch the numbers too, I'm pretty sure Wawa's even doing better than 7-Eleven. Per Wawa is making more money. How many stores do you have? 0.
So can it keep up the momentum?
What a fucking awkward intro. God, a millennial pause.
Just 2 miles away, at Wawa's headquarters, the Innovation Center is testing new hoagies, or subs.
Bro, they're hiring people. What is that? See, no, that's something I'm going to complain about, is I love their options, but they also have a lot of fucking weird shit that no one orders. Like, because they just have a million. Okay, so they have fucking 300 ingredients, and they go, we're just going to make 85 different things that have these ingredients in them. So then they just hire people to like come up with these weird ideas. Stop having that shit. Just have everything be custom and let me put it on it. This is something I'm going to complain about. They came out with this panini sandwich. It's a panini with turkey, cheese, garlic sauce, honey hot sauce, and mac and cheese. It's amazing, okay? I have a few things I would like to change, all right? I'm going to order it, but I have a few things I'd like to change. When I go to custom panini, I'm not allowed to add the mac and cheese on the custom panini, and that pisses me off. That fucking grinds my gears, okay? See, so now, hey, Chris Geisens, if you're watching this fucking video, hey, pal, maybe change that. Maybe make it so I can put mac and cheese on my fucking panini without having to order the fucking specialty sandwich that they fucking want me to order.
Sauces, coffees, and smoothies.
So this is...
Yeah, I got 98 fucking flavors of smoothies, dude.
Like around the same...
In Barcelona, Ryanair uses an airport that's around 50 miles away from the city.
That is so bad. That is so bad. Wouldn't you be spending more money then trying to get to where you need to go? You're like, yeah, we're going on vacation in Barcelona. But then you end up fucking halfway across fucking Spain.
And requires an hour-and-a-half bus ride.
Oh my God.
It's less convenient for customers.
That's not worth it. That's not worth it.
Customers, but Ryanair gets much bigger discounts from the airports. And many of these smaller airports become dependent on Ryanair for business, and so they give them incredible prices. Or another way Ryanair gets discounts from airports is they'll just fly at the least popular times. Finally, once the passengers have left, Ryanair begins unloading the plane, cleaning it, refueling it, and rotating the crew.
I'm going on vacation at Ibiza. They drop you off at mainland Spain.
Streamlined all these systems, so their planes are typically on the ground for just 30 minutes between flights. And so that's a typical Ryanair flight. And it's clear their operations are incredibly efficient to cut costs in...
We say it like Ibiza. Well, yeah, isn't that just Spain in general? Spanish in Spain, Barcelona. C's are S's. Or not S's, TH's. Like Z's and C's.
Every way possible.
Ibiza.
However, this sometimes means doing things that may seem counterintuitive. For example, you may think another way for Ryanair to lower their costs would be to buy older planes for lower prices, but in reality, they do the exact opposite. Ryanair always buys the newest planes available, because long term, they waste the least amount of fuel, which is one of the largest expenses for an airline.
Ooh, so they do have the best planes, though.
In fact, Ryanair is notorious for making...
I'm Googling Ryanair pilot salary. £55,000 to £120,000. 120,000 or more for a captain. Dude, I feel like 55,000 pounds is pretty low for like a seasoned pilot, no? How much do American airline pilots make? Starting salaries is 100K, but they can become senior captains, earn over 450,000 a year. Yeah, so it's definitely less experienced pilots, or at least working for less, even though pounds are worth more than dollars.
Massive orders of only Boeing 737s. By buying a single model
in pounds, that's a lot. In dollars, bro, it's like 1.2. It's not that much more.
Bulk, they can negotiate a lower average price per plane, and then streamline their whole operation further. Because by only using one kind of plane, it means they only have to buy one kind of seat and one kind of fuel. They only have to train one kind of crew on one kind of process. These ultra-efficient strategies are why Ryanair can charge less than €30 for their average flight, and still clear an outrageous profit margin of around 35% sometimes, whilst most European airlines are lucky to reach 6%, and the global average was barely 2.7%.
Wait, what? So Ryanair's fucking got the method down with the cheapest method possible. They make the most. Well, they might not make the most, but they profit margin the most.
Was barely 2.7%.
Everybody looks at Ryanair and they're all looking at it. There's one secret. There's, you know, they bought planes cheaply, or they just treat people badly, or they do. Every single line of our operation is smarter, lower cost, or more efficient than almost every other line.
Some other airlines have now copied some of these strategies after seeing how well they worked, but very few airlines take things as far as Ryanair. However, whilst these ruthless cost-cutting strategies might be brilliant in a business sense, they have made Ryanair one of the most hated airlines in the world.
But that doesn't matter. It literally does not matter. It matters if you're a luxurious brand. If you're the cheapest brand in a marketplace, in a market space, rather, it does not matter how bad the customers hate you. If your prices are low enough, they'll still fly with you. Or they'll still buy from you. Like, they could despise you to a T, but if you are undercutting the competition so heavily, they just have to buy you.
And Ryanair's response to this is far from
we don't give a fuck.
Ordinary. Before we get to the next chapter, it's time to answer a question I get a lot.
This is an ad.
Michael O'Leary, Ryanair's CEO, has often made the news for some of his wild ideas about how Ryanair could cut costs even further. He said he wanted to charge passengers to use the bathroom, remove toilet...
Is that a joke? Now that's a little extreme. You're going to charge people to take a piss? Are you allowed to do that? Be like, yo, I really got to take a shit. That'll be £5. That'll be £5 now, lad. Otherwise, we have a poop bag and a curtain that you could shit in the back.
And even sell standing tickets.
Wow, what a fucking... Dude, you walk on a Ryanair. It's a C8B, but it's just like a subway handle. The whole airline, the whole flight, you're just...
Introduce a fat tax and...
A fat tax. I know there's airlines that are starting to charge customers that don't fit in one seat, two seats for a ticket, which I understand is upsetting, but I will actually have the take that I think that makes sense. Like, if you can't fit in the seat, they have to charge you for two, right? There's airlines that have like plus size seats, which also makes sense, right? Like, where you're just like, okay, we're gonna also, you know, segment specific seats out for people that need them. But if they don't, it's like, I think it's rude for the individual. I understand it might be out of your control in certain regards, but like, from my personal standpoint, I would be really mad if I sat in a middle seat and the person next to me was sitting in half of my seat because they didn't fit in their seat.
Tickets. He pointed out these measures would allow Ryanair to offer cheaper flights, which is ultimately what consumers.
That's the only one. That's the only one that really makes sense. Like, standing tickets is crazy. Charging people to use the bathroom is nuts. Or no bathroom. I just think I don't think it's like a fat tax is weird. Saying like, we're just going to give you the same seat, but because you weigh a lot, we're going to fucking charge you more. I think it's like, okay, we're going to charge you more, but we're going to give you 2 seats.
Wants. And in some cases, there may be some logic to it.
It would make perfect sense to me to charge for toilet access. One, it would reduce the number of people who are bothering other passengers getting up and down going to the toilet on board a flight. And 2, I think we'd have fewer passengers using the toilets, and then we'd have less people queuing around the toilets on board the aircraft.
None of these ideas have actually happened though, and Michael later said he'd often just say things they had no intention of actually doing to help generate free marketing.
And we generated huge amounts of free publicity. Why? Because we'd no money for advertising, we'd no money for PR. So you needed some kind of loudmouth Paddy to be out there saying outrageous things like charging for toilets.
Yeah, and it gets you out there, bro.
And we're taking out the seats in the standing room only. None of which we actually planned to do, but it generated acres and acres of free publicity.
Ryanair saved.
It's also like they know they're going to keep the same business model. So from a social media perspective, if they're getting shit on, and some dude's like, I paid £20 for this flight and it's a fucking piece of shit. And Ryanair's like, I'm so sorry you had a bad experience, sir. Would you like a free flight voucher? Like, that's going to make you hate them, even though they're helping that one person, because it's like, you're still you still have shit seats, right? You're not changing anything. You're just being like, oh, I'm sorry you felt that way. Versus them being like, go fist yourself. Don't fucking take our flight then. Now people are going to be like, oh, okay, well.
A fortune on marketing by simply having Michael do interviews and say outlandish things to get headlines, which always led to more people checking out Ryanair's website and buying tickets. For example, when he was questioned why passengers are charged €20 just to print their boarding passes at the airport, Michael replied, well, I think they should pay €60 for being so stupid. He also said, if drink sales are falling off, we get the pilots to engineer a bit of turbulence. That usually spikes drink sales. Another way Michael helped Ryanair get free marketing was with creative promotions designed to get maximum.
They start charging for the bathroom and then they purposefully do turbulence so you have to pee more.
One of our first best ones was we did this Valentine's Day promotion, which was 69 for 2.
However,
oh, but what if I die on the airline? Death tax. We're going to charge your family €100 to take your body off the plane.
Not everyone sees the funny side. You'll find plenty of Ryanair horror stories and tens of thousands of.
But I couldn't get enough oxygen. Well, we're going to add an oxygen meter on every passenger. You're only allowed 3 breaths per minute.
1-star reviews.
If you breathe more than 3 times per minute, that's 50 pence per breath.
Some newspapers started having an entire column dedicated to Ryanair complaints as there were so many. Like a woman who was charged €300 for Ryanair to print out her boarding pass. But Michael has openly stated he feels customers paying cheap airfares have no right to complain when things go wrong. He said, we don't want to hear your sob stories. What part of no refund don't you understand? Another example was when hundreds of passengers were forced to spend the night at the airport after their flight was cancelled.
Ryanair doesn't... Ryanair... actually, we don't have enough money to put you up in a hotel, but here's a tent. You can make your way outside.
And many asked if Ryanair would provide accommodation. Michael said,
nope.
Absolutely not. You booked a flight, not a hotel. One of their most controversial policies was forcing the disabled to pay up to €25 for the use of a wheelchair.
Wow. Okay, now I think I'm going to take a step back on that one. I don't know about forcing disabled people to pay for a wheelchair. I think that's a little crazy.
One lady said, despite booking wheelchair assistance, I had to ask a fellow passenger to push me to the departure gate. And upon my
What? They don't have... you're going to need to pay somebody to come push you.
return, I sat for an hour waiting for assistance on the plane, getting colder and colder. Almost any other company would offer goodwill gestures when things like this happen. But instead, Ryanair takes a different approach. When you go to Ryanair's social media, you'll find that instead of helping out, they're making memes from their passengers' complaints. For example, when passengers complain they paid for a seat but didn't get a window, Ryanair simply responds, read that again but slowly, you paid for a seat. Another asked them where their window was, and Ryanair replied, pay for the baggage you've stored under your jumper, and then we can talk. One of their most viral posts was when a customer complained about the very narrow stairs Ryanair used, and said, "I'll bring my own stairs next time." But Ryanair responded, "Bring your own plane next time." Some people question
At Ryanair, I'll bring my own stairs next time. Bro, I feel like you got to be have you guys ever at a multi-million or billion-dollar corporation and complained to them before? I feel like I've never done that on social media. Because in any instance, I feel like they're not really going to care. I'm not saying it's pointless because sometimes it does matter. But a lot of the time people will be at Ford, my car blew up. They're going to reply.
Some people questioned, should a company be responding this way instead of apologizing? But another said, they charge extra for everything except Twitter roasts. No regular airline would ever do this, but in Ryanair's case, it's actually a genius strategy. Ryanair has millions of followers, and their troll posts regularly go viral, which directly leads to more ticket sales. They've embraced their reputation of being stingy.
And then I also think it helps people laugh at how bad the flights are. Because when you follow them on social media, they openly make fun of themselves and other people about how bad their plane is. And then you actually pay $20 to go on their flight, and you're like, there's no window seat. I just got taxed $10 to fucking get a water, right? You laugh it off, right? Instead of being annoyed, you're like, this is Ryanair. They told me it would be this way, and it's this way. It's funny, right? So it still sucks, but it's how you perceive that, I guess, pain or upset feeling that you have.
The airline. And as a result of all these strategies, Ryanair carries far more passengers than any other airline in Europe. Their typical airfare goes for less than €30, and they've sold flights for as little as $4.99. They might not treat you like royalty.
Bro, that's insane. A fucking I know it's €5 or £5, bro, less than a $10 bill. You could board a plane and it'll take you to a different country. That's absurd.
About what they are. Love them or hate them, they've given people the option to fly all over Europe at prices that are often cheaper than train tickets. So there's no doubt they've made air travel affordable for millions of people. However, remember how Michael
You can do mystery flights? I've always wanted to do that. I don't know if is Ryanair the company that does that? I feel like there's a lot of companies that do that shit. I've always wanted to do that though. How do they prepare you in that sense? I think it's kind of like a travel package deal. I don't know if that's Ryanair specifically, but I've seen this one company, Mystery Flight Company. What is the name of that company? It is Wizz Air. It's Pink Plane. I knew it was Pink Plane. All right. Yeah, Wizz Air, they bring, it's why is this a really low quality image? They bring you anywhere, but I'm like, how do they book your room and board as well? If I'm going, hey, I'm going to pay to go on this mystery flight, well, they're going to charge me a specific amount. So that kind of gauges where I'm going to go,
Compared their efficiency to McDonald's? Well, that's because McDonald's pioneered something called the Speedy Service System, which is genius. Just click this video now.
Yeah, they drop you off in the middle of a desert. Hope you have your vaccinations for the mosquitoes. Might get malaria. What? That would be fucking awesome, though. I wouldn't even be upset. If I took a Wizz Air airline flight and I was like, damn, dude, I really think we're going to be going to Italy. I get dropped off in the middle of nowhere in Kazakhstan. I feel like that'd be awesome, no? Just having no idea where you're going. What do you pack, though? You don't know if you're going warm. Do they tell you? If you're going warm or cold? Oh, fuck. Should I do that for a vlog one day? That sounds so fun. To go on a Wizz Air. It's in Europe. But I feel like they only probably take you to places in Europe. Does that make sense? I doubt they're flying you you take Wizz Air and then they fly you to fucking rural Colorado. They're truckers.
It's paying off. Customers who shop at both Wawa and quick service chains Burger King, Wendy's, or Starbucks have been shopping more frequently with Wawa than with the others since 2023. And breakfast is the clear winner. Morning meal traffic increased by 5% at food-forward convenience stores like Wawa, while QSRs only increased by 1% in August 2025.
The big thing Wawa figured out is if you look at all of the negatives that were historically associated with the gas station industry, the bathrooms, maybe the last resort food, Wawa flipped all of that and decided to turn those into positives.
Wawa's customers.
They don't let crackheads in the bathroom. I mean, like, what the fuck are we, dude? Like, that's what they're trying to flip those into positives. So, you know, the things that normally are not perceived, that's what they do, bro. The bathrooms are clean because they have locks on them. At ones of high traffic areas, like, dude, they just don't let, like, why would you? I'm not saying, bro, I'm not gonna have a take here. I'm saying the bathrooms are cleaner because they have janitors that take care of them, and they don't let, like, homeless people roam the stores.
Customer base is also increasing. While at competitors 7-Eleven, Circle K, and Sheetz, it's shrinking.
People know each other by name. People create this warm environment. That, I think, is somehow the secret sauce.
Chris Geison's king of parasociality. Chris Geison's making you fall in love with the guy with Roger that makes your hoagie at 3 p.m.
What creates if there is a cult-like following.
Up, next person. Come on.
And it starts with its employees.
Dude, Dan's gonna be whipping up my mac and cheese at 3 a.m.
They own nearly 40% of the company.
When you're an owner, you're just vested a little bit more. There's a higher level of commitment. Our most loyal customers, they're here 3, 4, 5, 10 times a week. You get to know them by name. You get to know their family. You get to know what's
happening.
happening.
10 times a week. Actually, no, never mind. They go every morning, and then they go 3 times for, like, dinner.
And that connection, it's not really an expected thing in training. It happens because of culture.
I'm gonna have a chat. We're never gonna know. This is gonna be like a Schrodinger's cat. Is there any liquid in that coffee cup? Is there any liquid in that coffee cup? Or is he just holding that? Like, for the video. It's a prop? That's what I'm thinking. I don't know. Let's analyze his hand movement. I feel like
it's not really an expected thing in training. It happens because of culture.
No, it looks like it's got some weight to it.
Tell her I said hi too. I will. Tell her get better soon.
Never had that happen. Never had that happen at a Wawa. Maybe it's because I don't open up to them. They always try to talk to me, and I just ignore them. I don't ignore them, but if I go to a Wawa, they'll be like, "How's your day?" I'll be like, "Good." One word answer. Good. How about you? Awesome. Thanks, man. Have a good day. You too. Bye. I don't know, man. I don't want to fucking talk, bro, because I'm not trying to have a fuck-ass conversation, man. I'm just trying to leave. You know what I mean? Like, I'm trying to get in, get out, get the food. They're nice. I'm not upset. I'm not rude to them, chat. I'm just like, I'm not going to continue the conversation. What about the community? Damn, maybe Roger's been thinking about my well-being so much. Fuck, dude. Maybe Roger's been thinking about me too much. Thinking about him right now, wearing that black Wawa hat. Probably in an apron right now, cooking up a hoagie. Maybe panini pressing something. You think he's thinking about me? I'm thinking about him.
Wawa began as an iron foundry in New Jersey in 1803, before shifting to a dairy business in Pennsylvania nearly a century later. As home delivery declined, the
Wawa started as a dairy business?
company pivoted again, opening the first Wawa food market in the 1960s.
When you think of convenience stores, of the 154,000 about in the United States, many were born out of major oil companies. Some were born out of the dairy heritage. It just gave us, I think, a little bit of a leg up on food to begin with.
In the following decades, Wawa grew slowly in its home market.
This has soured my opinion of Wawa. This has soured my opinion slightly, very fractionally. It's starting out as Big Milk. I still love Wawa because they don't push the milk on you. That would annoy me. If they pushed the milk on me, I would be annoyed. But they don't do that. You know, I'll get a milkshake at Wawa here and there, but they're not like, they don't got like no big milk sign or being like, buy Wawa milk. They do sell milk at Wawa though.
To Philadelphia.
They're unbranded milk.
In South Jersey, and built a significant presence across 3 other East Coast states, plus Washington, D.C.
They got way more stores than this. They're not just in these states.
It doubled down on convenience.
Or is this just like where they spread initially?
Becoming a 24/7 operation in the 70s, at a time when most retailers closed early, and offering surcharge-free ATMs, free air for tires,
Always hit up a Wawa ATM before I go gambling. Always.
and finally, fuel in the 90s. It debuted in Florida in 2012. As of 2024, the
No surcharge ATM? No $6 charge?
state holds more Wawas than any other.
Wawa has become synonymous with Florida, heading out to the Midwest. We had a lot of research, we knew the customers, we'd done all the homework, and the lines around those stores and the opening excitement was palpable. And those stores have performed almost as well as core market stores coming out of the gate.
But the convenience store business is getting more competitive as the industry has consolidated.
I mean, it's the same thing as like Bucky. I think Bucky's is bigger. Bucky's is definitely bigger, right? Bro, motherfuckers wear Bucky's shirts. Nobody wears Wawa shirts. Like, I'm not wearing Wawa fits. But like, dude, I'll see somebody in public wearing like a big ass Bucky's logo. We wear Wawa fits. I never have. I do, Joe. Where are you getting a Wawa shirt?
2022, Wawa has been focused on an aggressive expansion plan.
And is it Wawa because that's the sound a goose makes? I think. Well, wah, wah. I think, right? I think it's Wawa. Why is it called Wawa? Wah, 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 wah. How does a goose sound? Wawa is named after the town of Wawa, Pennsylvania, where its first dairy farm and corporate headquarters were located. The town name comes from the Ojibwe Native American word for the Canadian goose. Okay, so it is after the goose, but it's after the town.
Without mergers or acquisitions, growing from 6 to 12 states. And its annual revenue rose by $4 billion in that time frame. Store count has grown more
Are you reading off Google AI? Yes.
than 50% over the past decade. The goal is 1,700 locations by 2030.
Doing that gives us the best chance of success long term. It's a little more challenging. Sure, M&A might open more doors and more growth for us, but it's never been for us to be the biggest. It's trying to be the best.
As opposed to other competitors like
Great PR response, Chris.
Casey's, which focuses on rural America.
Great PR response, Mr. Geisens.
Wawa is in urban areas.
I love that.
The company serves nearly 1 billion customers per year.
It's not about being the biggest. It's about being friendly with you guys. It's not about being the biggest. It's about, touching the hearts of the people that we serve. Like Roger, how he makes your pan press panini so well. You should go see Roger right now.
Customer traffic growth of 3%.
Tell him about your day. He definitely cares about your day.
Since 2015. Though Wawa has been methodical about where and when to expand, scaling is still risky. Quality and customer service must be maintained, or the company risks damaging its reputation.
Anytime a company starts to expand,
They got those dogs, bro. Wawa ain't got them. Dude, they're just sweating. That's how Wawa don't got the rollers. They make the dogs. They got like a mini fridge heater, and they put them in there, and you take it out, and the bun's just fucking ripping hot, just sweating, just in the container, just waiting for somebody to come eat it.
far outside of its region in this industry, there is going to be that challenge of how do I maintain the customer experience that I'm known for.
Yo, are these guys' headphones like made out of copper wire? What's going on here?
With Wawa's heavy emphasis on fresh food, maintaining a strong supply chain is imperative. Even so, the company must rely on third-party suppliers to deliver product, which poses operational vulnerabilities. Competitor Casey's, on the other hand, has full control over its supply chain as it owns and operates both distribution centers and a transportation fleet. Competition is tight. Convenience stores are challenged by other convenience stores, fast food chains, and now grocery stores that offer pickup and delivery, undermining the convenience factor. As Wawa expands into
Aldi is the worst grocery store in the fucking world, and I'm gonna stand on that fucking take. Every Aldi I've ever been to is like 9 items. You pull up, bro, and they are. If you have a grocery list of 30 things, they'll have 20 of them. And like, I want to one-stop shop, brother. One-stop shop. Maybe it's the Aldis that I pulled up to, but every Aldi I go to, bro, like you can see over the aisles. It's just fucking dog shit.
It will come up against those regions' own local convenience store favorites, like United Dairy Farmers in Indiana, Twice Daily in Tennessee, and Travel Center Buc-ee's in the South.
they're going to bump up against some people who've really locked.
What do they sell at Buc-ee's? Is Buc-ee's like a Costco? Like, what is a Buc-ee's?
People who've really locked down certain regions.
Everything. So they're like a Walmart.
And cut their teeth and sort of made a name for themselves, innovating on their own terms. And I don't know if anyone knows how this is going to shake out, to be quite honest.
The company has also had a few misses, like its
They don't do wholesale.
pizza in 2023, which is still getting negative reviews. Or the
I'm not a big fan of their pizza, I gotta say. I don't really get a Wawa pizza. I do get a Wawa pizza when I have enough points saved up to get a Wawa pizza for free.
drive-thru concept it piloted in 2020. Those stores didn't offer customization, and you couldn't go inside. Wawa is still figuring out how to adapt the system.
If we don't have misses, we're not trying hard enough, and we do, certainly. So in the last few years, we launched a drive-through only store concept. We've tried 3 of them. They have come and mostly all gone, but from a great failure, you learn. So now with our
Yeah, I don't know. I think the idea of a drive-through Wawa is kind of dumb. Just because there's too many options that you could order on screen that it's more inefficient than if you just walked into the store.
our mobile app, we've given customers the ability to order whatever they want.
Oh, somebody redeemed Scream?
High inflation poses a major risk. Between 2019 and 2025, Wawa raised prices by about 22%, aligning with most competitors. And as Americans respond by pulling back spending, value meals have made a comeback, including at convenience stores.
You have to confront a company that has a well-oiled model that's been pressure tested in aggressive, tough markets, and they're going to come in and build state-of-the-art, new-to-industry stores, have all the modern amenities, and then on top of that, they're going to go in and hire really great employees, and they're going to pay them fairly. And yeah, that's a tough model to compete against.
We have to pay attention to McDonald's for sure, and we want to deliver more value.
I have heard that Wawa pays people well, but it's also a pretty grueling job if you're working like the night shift and you're just cranking out or like the morning and you're cranking out sandwiches.
Better quality at a better price. And you can have even better service. That's been the formula for us to take share, to win share, and will continue to be. We have a broader set of menu, and it allows us to innovate in ways with different products that maybe a QSR quite can't.
Yeah, I feel like it just feels like you're going to like a fast casual restaurant more than anything. That's why Wawa does well. It's because it's not like 7-Eleven where everything's like pre-made. Like they make it in front of you, which is nice. It's kind of like you're at like a deli. All right, next video. I gotta piss real quick. Nails, spit it out, but like there's people that eat like their fingernails. Are they cannibals? No.
Because you can aid 3 people. Well, but then slips down the stairs. Human bone, legally. They're a cannibal. You have all sorts of...
I love how he left in like random bits of the conversation and just full skipped everything else. Well, legally, hard cut.
The second person, 2 kilograms of their friend. They're on rafts. Because I bite my nails. Like, I've kissed a guy. Probably a cannibal. Dicks do you have to suck? I just drink it when it's available. Taste it as I go. 2 dicks. Drink 4 in one evening. RFK is going after Tylenol now. Everyone comment down below how much human you need to eat before you're considered a cannibal.
I want to see the answers. Nobody gave an answer. Are you fucking kidding me? No one answered. They're all talking about the fucking video itself.
Hi subreddit.
This is all of the brick that is left in the fridge. This is all that I need to eat before everything is done. Ignore the fact that one of them is sitting on a frozen pizza.
They all look really different. Like this brick looks more appetizing than this one. This one has chunks of food in it. And what do you think that chunk is? I hope like tofu maybe, or like part of the egg.
Fun fact, when you eat healthy food, you end up feeling healthy. I felt better this week than I have all year. Workouts have been easier, running has been easier, I've been feeling focused, there's been like a strange level of clarity. I felt so good, in fact, that me and Cody went to a J-Rock concert that night. And this concert went pretty late, there wasn't a lot of time to make dinner, so Cody instead opted to just eat a bag of popcorn. The energy from the concert also seems to have given me this weird, radical idea. I wanted to see how quickly I could eat my nightly brick without vomiting.
Oh, he's gonna speed run it like a hot dog.
So here's that.
3, 2, 1, start.
Ooh, it's a lot softer than I thought it would be.
How is Oh, I'll let you stop the timer when you're done. Minute 36 and
a minute 36. Dude, that is food maxing to the fucking limit. An entire nightly meal, that was probably like fucking 600 calories down in a minute.
50 milliseconds. That's pretty good. I'm finished off this popcorn.
Can I smell the bag?
I'm a mess.
Oh, bro, huffing that shit like fucking gasoline.
Holy shit.
Lead paint. What is the best smelling food? Bacon's top 5. Bacon's top 5. I would say that something like that's really I'm going to go garlic. Garlic when you're hungry. Lingering garlic is disgusting. But like a good like caramelized onion or garlic that's like on a skillet, oh, that's fucking goated. Popcorn smells good. Yeah, like a buttered popcorn's pretty good. Cookies, yeah, like fresh baked goods or like a nice pizza. There's so many good foods that smell fucking amazing. Cinnabon smells nice. Cinnabon also kind of smells like you're walking through chemicals. Like if I had to work at Cinnabon for a day, I feel like I'd throw up.
I had enough sleep debt to warrant me sleeping until 5 p.m. apparently, so when I woke up, it was immediately time for dinner. For tonight's dinner, I decided that I should probably just use everything that was about to go bad in the fridge. So I ended up making something that I like to call Kodakai's Mountain of Slop. Fun fact, that's also the name of my pants after I just drenched them in semen.
How well after an expiration date are you eating like a meat if it's frozen? I've gone months if it's frozen. I don't know if there's like a guide on that. If I froze food before expiration date, how long is it good for? Indefinitely good? Huh. Really? So if I threw chicken in the freezer and left it for a year, I could eat it. No. I think the quality, it might be safe, but the quality would go down. Oh, it says recommended meat and poultry 3 to 4 months. I was gonna say, I've eaten like, he was saying it was about to go bad, just toss it in the freezer. I like, the second I go grocery shopping, I just throw shit in the freezer. Leave it for a month, no problem.
I think this would taste better if I couldn't see your food.
I don't want to do this anymore.
Like you made... That's the concept of dog food.
I've made human dog food.
I'm surprised he didn't switch from kimchi, because I feel like the kimchi would get pretty disgusting too after like 5 straight days of just eating kimchi every day.
Maybe it'd taste better if I made them into like little kibble bites.
Pour them into ice cube trays.
Oh, oh, oh! What was that? He just leaves the room.
On day 6, I had a bunch of errands to run, so for the first time, I packed my brick to go. I imagine eating this in public is something like shitting yourself on the bus because, like,
I don't know. I would think that if somebody whipped that out in public, I would think that it's some fucking protein bar.
Everyone can smell it. You just gotta lock in and pretend nothing happened.
It smells that bad.
My errands involved picking up Callum from the airport because
I think ripping ass in a packed, like, subway is probably one of the safest ways to fart. It's disrespectful, but nobody's gonna pin it on you. Like, if you're just ripping ass in a fucking subway, like, you're gonna be like, yeah, it's somebody within my fucking 5-person vicinity.
I've mentioned it's Cody's birthday. Callum came to celebrate Cody's birthday. And speaking of coming,
bars too. I've done a drive-by fart before.
I made IKEA meatballs for dinner with a special creamy sauce. I also made a cocktail for Callum, and now we have a full penis worth of food to go through. I wonder how Callum's gonna react to the brick.
That is, you know, I saw pictures of that. Oh, you know what this looks like? You know those like channels on TikTok and Instagram that are like, I keep adding stuff to this tub until I create life. That's what this looks like.
Wait till you see.
They just fucking like when they're trying to do those like creating alien life videos.
The video on how I made it. You see that blue recycling bin?
That's not a good start. Is this a recipe you made yourself?
Mm-hmm.
Don't say it like you're proud.
I can read you the recipe really quick. So it's 9 cups of oats, 14 sweet potatoes, 2 kilograms of tofu.
I feel like that's not bad if it stopped there. Because sweet potatoes is like gonna add some mild sweetness. The tofu is like nothing.
28 eggs.
Do you plan to sell this commercially? Mr. Beep, I have an idea.
Mr. Beast food maxing bars. Dude, Feastables would sell that shit like crazy. They would just dump like 8 fucking kilograms of sugar into it.
And now day 7, this is it.
You only need to eat this.
War is over. I plan Cody's.
If you just eat this, then everything, dude. Oh my God. You want to see one of the craziest marketing things that I've ever seen in my entire life? This is so off topic. But if Mr. Beast or any company ever did that, that is like pure monopoly. If you marketed something as like, hey, you only ever need to eat this, you have a customer for the rest of your life. The thing I saw though was the one roll. And it's like a new thing that I think it's Charmin is doing it. And it's like a big fucking roll that is supposed to last like a month. And people were like, why is Charmin doing this? Nobody wants this. Charmin replies and they're like, well, you buy the starter kit and it comes with your own holder and it lasts you a while. It's efficiency. No. Charmin's doing that because they're the only company that sells that. So if you buy one and you have the holder, now you're a Charmin Ultra Soft customer for the rest of your life. So even if only like 10,000 people buy it, it's just, they're just selling you industrial size rolls at market value. Like they're saving money. They're selling you a starter kit too that you have to buy. And now you're only going to buy the fucking one roll. Like it is the highest IQ thing they could fucking do.
Party for him since he's been so busy with med student stuff. It was Cartoon Network themed. We had a bunch of friends over. We played games. I made ricotta bites. I came in my pants. And this is where Cody showed up behind the kitchen with a little surprise.
Hey, go. I made something for you.
What is it? Oh, it's a Pinot.
I don't know what possessed him to offer me food when I had half a brick left in the fridge and mere hours left before I ate it. I ate the fucking food. I ate it. I cummed myself too many times and it came full circle. Literally. I am the 2-dick cannibal. Now, why did I do this? Frankly, he's the birthday boy. You can't say no to the birthday boy. Look at that.
Well, it's the last 3 hours of the challenge, bro. He has like a kilogram of the fucking, or he has like a pound of the food left.
Smile. How can you say no to that face? So yeah, I ended the challenge literal hours before I would have succeeded. Cause yeah, I want to sit down. I want to enjoy food with a group of people. Sue me. Also, I have no idea why I was doing this in the first place. I just kind of thought of it and I was like, yeah, that'd be a funny video idea. And I guess maybe it was. I don't know. I'm calming myself. So that's the end of the video.
He has said that like 15 times.
Happy birthday to Cody. Lots of love to all the friends that came over. I don't do this. I mean, I guess it's good for you. I don't know. Don't do this.
I do wonder if it is nutritionally better for you to eat everything that you would need in one sitting versus spacing everything out. Do you think this is better or worse for you from eating the regular food? I feel like it's probably, I feel like on paper it's better, but your body probably processes shit in a weird way where like you kind of want to be on a sliding scale of multiple things at once versus just always food maxing and then going down and food maxing. Like you're constantly just draining yourself. Maybe that's why he's using the word cum so much. Anyways. What do you do with a straight theology degree if you're not going to be like a Catholic priest or teach religion? Teach theology at a school? Like, what do you do with just a theology degree? I could understand philosophy, because philosophy you could segment into like HR in a grad program. A lot of people get dual degrees with psych and become like therapists.
To be lumped into one thing.
Human experience.
Oh, the human experience.
It's everything related to
the human experience. I mean, it's
a mortician. Do you have to get a degree to become a mortician?
totally understandable why so many people regret this. Film school and art degrees, they're a big gamble. Like there's way more people majoring in that.
I'd hope so. Really? What's the worst that's gonna? What's the worst that could happen? They're dead. They're dead. If you're a mortician, it's like the body looks weird. Like you're not gonna kill. It's not like you're an anesthesiologist. Worst thing that could happen, you bring them back to life. Oh shit! You forgot your training. I didn't know it. And he's just like a dead body, just walking out of the morgue.
Then jobs available. Totally see why a lot of people who majored in a crapshoot got snake eyes and were like, I shouldn't have done that.
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, I think the only reason I don't regret it is because I'm doing it.
Yeah.
Like if I had given up at some point and wasn't doing anything related to any of it, I would...
Well, yeah, I do think a lot of people that get into humanities and arts degrees end up just using that degree to put a foot in the door for the fact that they have a degree and then go into a field that has nothing to do with, you know, cinematography or whatever they ended up getting into.
Be like, dude, I should have gone to school for engineering. If I had a friend who's like an accountant and I asked them to meet up after work and they're like, oh, I can't, I go to UCLA every Wednesday for my like screenwriting class, and they're just doing it for the pursuit of it, that's so cool.
Yeah, that's super cool.
So it sucks that people regret pursuing those things, because I think a lot of humanities and arts comes from a place of interest or passion.
The truth is, work without...
Ooh, do you think people regret it because it's like their dream gets killed? Like they go to school for like acting, performing arts, and then they fucking fail like miserably. Oh. So it's not even like, oh, the pay or they don't like their job. It's just like, I literally could not get cast in any role at all.
Without will and work without direction only makes you a beast of burden.
Oh, is that a quote?
Yeah.
Who said that?
I don't know. Another important takeaway from the study is that someone's field of study isn't always the most regretted aspect of higher education. A lot of times it's a relationship. From a statistical standpoint, the number one regret in regards to higher education, more than the field of study, according to this survey, with 45% of students feeling this way, is not getting more education.
Whoa.
A huge contributor.
The number one regret of higher education is not going further. So they wish that they had gotten a PhD.
To that is 61% of dropouts wishing that they had finished school. All right.
Well, yeah. I will say, this is how I perceive this, okay? I'm not saying this applies to anybody or you need to do this. I was in college from COVID 2020, 2021 till I graduated like summer of 24. I was exercise science for the first year. Philosophy the second year, third and fourth, right? And I think that the second year I really wanted to drop out. And that was 21, 22, right? So like the 2 months into my sophomore year when like I was finally going back, first year of college, exercise science fully online. I didn't go to college one time. Every class I had was on Zoom. It was terrible. It was like I was still in high school. Second year, first year of actual college, first day I showed up, I was like, I'm going to fucking drop out. Stuck with it. Happy I did. I see so many people that drop out, but they don't drop out in the first or second year. They drop out in the third or fourth. What are you doing? What are you doing? You're already, if you're past halfway, might as well stick it out. That's how I'm seeing that shit. The amount of people that drop out like year 4, year 3.5, I'm like, bro, you have fucking 70% of your degree done. Just get it at this point. Like, what are you fucking, I understand if it's like a life thing where it's like, okay, some shit happened where like you physically have to push school to the side, but that's just putting it off. That's not dropping out. The amount of people that are like, yeah, college isn't for me. Buddy, it took you 3.5 years to figure that out. You're on the back end of your fucking degree. What are we doing?
Number 2, least regretted field of study is computer science.
I called that shit!
Of course. I mean, that just makes sense.
Well, that's because it's so needed right now. I think in like 5 years, people are going to regret it.
That's pretty much sums it up.
It's the science of computers, ladies and gentlemen.
Because there'll just be so many people going in for it.
And what is the number one thing in the whole society these days? Yeah, you guessed it. Computers! Computer sciences is basically the new medical school. Once we got a bunch of clankers running around. So for years and years, you've been told, like, this is safe, go into coding, until, like, last year when they're like, oh, you know what actually AI is, like, really good at? Your job. And carrying on the theme that we've seen from this list.
Yeah, I think this will slowly go down the list and then transfer sides over the next, like, 10 years. What do people at Geek Squad have a degree in? Like, if somebody works at Geek Squad, do they have a degree?
People make a dump truck load of money doing
nothing. IT? Do you think they make money? Bro, that sucks, though, if you have to go. They have an IT in geeking, IT cybersecurity. Bro, but do they make money? That would just blow ass going to a 4-year degree school to go work at Best Buy and put on iPhone covers for people. And listen to a grandma be like, why doesn't my computer work? She's still on Windows 7. Why doesn't my computer work? She hasn't updated her computer in 8 years.
Yo, Ross. You have one of the least regretted college degrees, I think. What was your degree?
Computer science.
How do you feel about your degree, and then why do you think it's people are so happy with their computer science degrees?
Yeah, I mean, I don't regret it. The reason I don't regret it is the freedom of work and the ease of work. Last time I changed jobs, it took me like less than a week to find a new job. The fact that I can work from home, can kind of work like whatever hours I want as long as I get my
Oh, and they job hop like crazy. They job hop like fucking crazy, bro. The people that I know in comp sci, it's like every 3 months they get a new fucking job. They do like minimal work and then they just job hop, get paid more, work for like 6 months, job hop.
work done is really nice. Oh yeah, and I get paid well, so.
Yeah, that helps. Now with AI and coding, what level do you think that disruption is going to be at?
It's gonna hurt newer people more than people like me. Instead of people hiring interns and dealing with that, they're like, well, we can probably just get AI to write code that's good enough and then have someone senior look at it. That's a possible shortfall, or maybe it works, right? And we just like programming dies in the next 10 years.
Are you worried about that at all?
I mean, not really, because like there's nothing I can do to change it. So if it happens, it happens, and I'll get a new job.
Yeah.
Damn, dude.
You're smart.
Based. That's smart as hell, bro.
Swing a hammer somewhere, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know, swing a hammer somewhere. The way that I perceive it is like if you were smart enough to get a comp sci degree and you're in the field and AI takes your job, you're probably smart enough to take the job of another person. Like the people that shouldn't be, in my mind, the people that should be worried aren't comp sci people, because if you got a degree in computer science and you're in the field for 5 years and AI takes the comp sci guy's job, the comp sci guy is going to go take your job because they're going to hire him. Like, I don't know. That's just how I'm perceiving it. It's like, bro, they're probably going to be way better at whatever it is.
All right, dude. Well, thank you.
Because they could still go into the tech area. And even if they're not computer coding, it's like they'll be the Geek Squad guy.
Yeah.
All right, later.
The higher we go up this list, the more people are like, and you know, I get paid pretty well.
yeah, they don't want to say it.
Before we go any further, I just want to remind you guys that subscriber numbers makes us feel better and not regret our chosen path.
The median income.
Am I subscribed? I am subscribed. Speed
of a subscriber to speed is double that of somebody to speed.
And least regretted degree/field of study for people in America. The most regretted college degree in America is...
If it's not art, dude, I kind of want to throw it. Does business communications count as business management? No. Journalism? I feel like that would go into the literature bunker. I think that would... Drama? That's in the arts, though. I'm just going to spin it.
Field of study.
Social and behavioral sciences.
Social/behavioral sciences. All right, so this includes psychology, sociology, anthropology, criminal justice, social work, communication studies.
Okay, communication studies is in that list. I'm shocked psychology's up there. Sociology, I get being there. Anthropology, yeah, probably hard to find a job in anthropology. Very fascinating majors, though. I love psychology, sociology, and anthropology. I get communication studies and social work not probably doing well or making a lot of money.
Behavioral science and international relations.
I'm just imagining a psychologist.
June said, and I'm cooked.
Working at a...
Dude, chat. Also, I see people going, oh my God, no way. If you want to go to college for psychology, don't take this fucking one YouTube video as the telltale sign that you can't do psychology. You could still... This isn't a surefire saying of like everybody in this major is unhappy.
Federal prison.
Yeah.
And it just being brutal, exhausting, emotionally difficult work.
Yeah.
And then they don't make a lot of money.
It's doom scrolling IRL. It's like, all right, time to have this other sad guy come in and talk to me on Zoom for an hour. And then I get to have lunch. You could call mine.
Yeah, you do only deal with depressing things. And it's like not a physical depression of like you're seeing people like with wounds, like you're a paramedic or an RN. You're like only dealing with people that are actively on like the brink of suicide or dealing like if you're like a therapist or a psychiatrist. Like you only deal with people that need, and it's like you're doing good, but it's like I can understand the mental deterioration of like, okay, this is like taxing my body. You get to help them. Yeah, you get to help them, but imagine like 8 years into your job, every day they're never being good news. Not never, because you are helping people get better and slowly you get to witness them like kind of grow and flourish, which is awesome. But it's like every day you're also getting new clients that are also like it's an endless loop of like pulling people out of the mud, and then you get them out of the mud and there's another person that falls in. And then you pull them out of the mud, another person falls in. Like you're doing great and you are changing the world, but from your perspective, it feels like you're doing nothing.
Therapist, but I think that'd be weird.
Yeah, I don't think you're supposed to do that.
Yeah.
You'd be like, hey, do you regret your degree?
Yeah,
And
you're
be
the
like,
number one most regretted. Your job is the most regretted degree in the world. How do you feel about it? It's like, oh, I guess I do have some regrets. Maybe I'll call my therapist. It's harder than ever to give young people advice on what they should do after high school. There was a time when the smart move was simple. You go to college. It
used to be that simple. It literally used to be just go to college.
Study didn't matter.
Now it's like it's a lot more complicated. And it's so new that that's an issue. Like this is the 21st century's issue, right? In the 90s, 80s, 70s, it was like you could still go to college, get a great job. Yeah, you can still do that now, but there's so many options and no time to figure it out. It's like you're still a kid being thrown into the job world effectively. Even if you are going to college, yes, you have to go to college for 4 years. Bro, you're 18 years old, 19 years old, trying to determine what you want to do for the rest of your life right now. Like, fuck. That sucks, right? But maybe I'm not making it better for any of you guys. Don't feel bad if you change your major, right? I think you should have a net of a few things that you're interested in, soft launch one of them, and see if you like it, and then you can commit to something else if it's terrible.
Much because you're just like better off having a degree. College got insanely expensive. More recently, everyone was saying, forget college, just learn how to code. Now people say AI writes code better than humans. So what is the best plan? Trade school? Maybe. College? Maybe. Pick a major just for a paycheck? Maybe. Study something that you love and then it doesn't matter. You'll fall into a way to make money? Maybe. Join the family business straight out of high school, drop out and start your own thing? Honestly, I don't know. All of those.
It's so person to person because it's your interests and also the connections that you have. Like I feel like you might be that kid, but everybody knows that kid that has a dad or mom with a thriving family business that they're 100% just going into. Like your dad owns a golf course. You're going to own a golf course. That's your life, right? Like your dad owns a golf course. All right, sorry, the path is paved. That's all you got to do. And your job's set. Some people don't have that. And so it's like, now you got to fucking figure out what the hell your options are, what you're able to do, and also what you want to do.
Those are extremely viable.
Legacy matters so much. It's legacy. Well, I think connections in life is everything, but it's also, like being able to go into a family business is awesome if you want to do it.
Double option.
The alternative that does suck is when your parents have a family business that's on the brink of collapse. And they really want you to do it, but you really don't want to do it. They really want you to carry on that family. No, like that sucks. Trying to like weigh those options.
What I do know is this.
Like a pastry shop. Well, sometimes that's awesome if you really want to get into it. But yeah, like restaurant business. Like if your family owns a restaurant. And, you know, now you're really flipping a coin on whether or not you really want to own a restaurant or not.
The last decade, we've noticed that there's
Inheriting a farm, that's the worst. That's the fucking worst. Or the best. It's one of the two. It also depends on the farm. You know, if you're inheriting a farm that's worth $40 million versus a farm that's like a family-run farm that sells mainly locally, and you're really, you know, working all year round to take home like $35K profit. And if you have a bad season, you're down fucking 250 grand. Like, it's fit. Dude, farmers can make like 40K off the top, but spend like $1.5 million and make 1.58. Like, it's that, like, they have to put so much money in and then only get like a very small increase of how much they make.
A more anti-education and anti-intellectual talk creeping into conversations from every side. And I don't freaking jive with it, because at its core, education is good. It's about bettering yourself, and it betters the world. And I would never discourage anyone from trying to do that. If you're a younger person watching this video, just do your best to be smart about the path that you choose. I wish I could give you better advice, but I really don't have an answer.
If anyone's trying to give you a blanket answer to this question, you probably shouldn't listen to them.
Yeah, they're either dumb or they're lying. To end this on a positive note, the number one least regretted type of degree is...
Do you have a guess?
I thought it would be this one. Is it improv?
Least regretted. So the most favorited degree by broad people. Health is already on the board. Finance is already on the board. I think chat with engineering is smart.
Is it improv school?
Architecture, maybe? Engineering.
Engineering. Dude, when I got this far, I thought I was going to say catering. I was like, catering? Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah. Everybody has to eat.
Yeah, everyone's got to eat. All right, engineering.
That makes a lot of sense. Yeah. It's like the more tried and true version of computer science.
Mm-hmm.
It's the one that's been around for a century.
Yeah, this is beep, boop, beep, boop, and this is...
And we've had... for like way longer.
Then beep, boop, beep, boop. Mm-hmm. These guys together sent a man to the moon.
Well, this all honestly just makes a ton of sense and was maybe predictable the whole time.
Yeah. Thank you guys for watching.
Yeah, I think that was actually, you don't even really need to look into that. Engineering's like, you build shit, it breaks, you got to fix it, knock it down, build something else. It's never not going to be a job. Engineering is like, bro, if you go into like that type of work, like you're a civil engineer, you're always gonna, maybe there's too many civil engineers, but there always is going to be a need for civil engineers. There's always going to be a need for engineers in general, like electrical engineers and people like that do all that type of stuff. It's just a job that there's always going to be needed work. Even if it's like we build bigger and better things that last longer, there's always going to be upkeep. There's always going to be things that change. There's always going to be more people that want to do different things. So, I don't know. That made a lot of sense, though. I think that was the easiest guess out of all of them. I did love that video, though. I'm sorry that took, like, fucking forever to watch. I feel like a GP just does the prostate exam. Not really much needed in terms of expertise there.
Movies are there about like a massive...
You can't handle the truth.
Yeah.
Did you order the code red? You're goddamn right I did.
Giving speeches and stuff.
When the shit hits the fan, some guys run and some guys stay.
When the reality is your job is to read things and not miss anything.
Why did I hire you?
Dude, it's not even read things and not miss anything. From the people I know that are in law, they basically say that passing the bar is impossible because all of the questions' answers are all seemingly right, but it's all about verbiage and wording. Like, AI had one of the hardest times passing the bar earlier on. I'm pretty sure there's versions of AI that pass the bar now, but it's like, dude, it's all verbiage. It's all fucking knowing the book in very specific terms and how that applies. That's why the lawyer that you have matters. Like, if you have a cheap lawyer, they suck. They pass, but that doesn't mean shit. They're like bottom tier lawyer versus some guy that knows what the fuck he's doing. Yeah, a Saul Goodman of the business.
Police report summarized. Traffic signal analysis, medallion bids, attendees, and results. That's why you hired me.
Let me see if Graham will pick up.
Yes, sir.
Yo, Graham, I wanted to hit you up to see
Do they know people with every degree?
if you know why you think people who pursue law end up regretting that pursuit.
Yes, I think that it attracts a certain crowd of people who enjoy academia and the study of law and don't like practicing law, which is like less academic in nature and a little bit more like practical.
Thanks, dude. That's a cool take.
Yeah, probably what you end up doing ends up maybe being boring.
I feel like it's most regretted too, because I feel like becoming a lawyer is one of those degrees that people try to achieve because they know that it makes money. Like, you have that one kid in your class that's smart, and you're like, what do you want to do when you're later or when you grow up? And he's always like, surgeon, lawyer. But it's like they don't actually love the idea of being a lawyer. They love the potentiality that it can give them in financial gain.
But this one might not be. This is the fourth most least regretted.
Most least regretted, so the happiest degree. Number 4. I feel like I'm going to go comp sci on 4.
College degree.
Field of study.
Vocational / technical.
Does that count?
This is electricians.
Does that count? Isn't that its own? That's not college. Vocational school isn't college. What's vocational? Electricians, plumbers, fucking, carpentry.
Plumbers, automotive technology, cosmetology,
It's a trade school.
Culinary school. We're talking about the trades.
I think we've seen like the expectation versus reality.
I would have put that at number 1.
Brought up for both of these, right? Like expected one thing, didn't expect the red tape. Expected all the academia, didn't expect the workload or whatever.
Oh, you know what you're getting into in vocational school. You just go because it's a steady job. Like you're setting yourself up for the future being an electrician, but it's like you got to be an electrician for the next 35 years.
This must be like the most opposite with expectation because you're like, I assume I'm going to be
job security, and you're going to do the same thing every day for the next 3 decades.
Plumbing. If I go to this plumbing school.
Yeah, dude, I became a plumber. Did you know I got to deal with water?
Dude, I became a plumber. You know I actually have to go in sewers and shit? Oh, my God. It's fucking terrible. I actually heard I do have a plumber. This is another I have a friend. I have a friend who's a plumber. He said that shit is not the worst smelling thing. It's like when he has to clean out like clogged grease. He said sewers don't smell that bad because it's poop. He said like rotting food and like grease is by far worse.
Yeah.
So it's worth noting that there are other factors beyond the field of study that affect whether someone considers their education worth it, like level of education. So people with master's or doctorate degrees felt their education was more worth it than people with associate degrees. Age played a factor too. People who were older more often felt that the costs were worth it.
Well, I also think it's the time that we're in where like getting a college degree 40 years ago was like a fucking cheat code. If you had a college degree in the 80s, bro, that was awesome. Now everybody has a degree. So if you're getting an associate's degree, that's like wiping your ass with a fucking dollar bill, dude. It's like you're just spending money. You're not really getting much out of it in return. Because that's a 2-year diploma.
Which makes total freaking sense. The survey said what you're probably thinking. There's
high schoolers. Some of you guys are probably going to graduate with a fucking associate's degree. Like, getting an associate's degree, it's like, if you're going post high school, a lot of people are like, why am I wasting my time on this?
Education may also be driven by the rising costs of higher education and the increased use of student loans, which makes costs remain more salient into adulthood.
All the old people in the survey, you like see the bars on these charts and they're all like, I don't regret it at all.
Yeah, I had a blast. I had so much fun. It cost me $36 and then I bought a house for $15,000. Then I just sold it for $4 million. Another big factor is whether or not people have student loans. That makes sense.
It's just obvious. I mean, it makes sense.
And the final big factor is the type of institution. Public institutions are like UC schools, state schools, Ohio State University or Florida. It's definitely the most common type of college. Then you have private, non-profit schools which is like USC or small liberal arts schools. All the Ivy League schools are actually in this category. And then private for-profit institutions are like
DeVry. What about Education Connection? What was that online college they used to do ads for all the time? Not Education Connection. Oh my God. Dude, I remember I would see that shit. This was like 2012. What was that school they always did online shit for? Get Connected? Well, it wasn't Education Connection. Education Connection wasn't a school, was it? Was that a school? I thought it hooked you up to a school.
Or
for free, Purdue.
University of Phoenix.
They've kind of...
ABC Mouse. You guys are not helpful at all. You're just typing Hustlers University. No, not Hustlers University. Not the fucking Andrew Tate fucking Discord group.
Come under a lot of scrutiny. They have pretty bad graduation rates. I don't want to disparage people who graduate from DeVry, but...
My interpretation is it's like the bank, which is not a perfect institution, versus the payday loan place.
Yeah.
Which is a less perfect institution. Up next, the third most regretted type of degree, life
sciences.
Interesting.
Life sciences. Oh, science that deals with life. We're talking biology.
Biochemistry.
Molecular.
Really? I would have guessed that those were at the top. Do you think it's because it's hard to find a job with like a bio degree?
Biology.
Ecology.
Botany.
Zoology.
Genetics.
Oh, but a zoology degree is so badass if you actually get to work at a good zoo. I've always said I think that's one of the coolest jobs. If you're able to like work at a zoo that helps endangered and injured animals, and it's not like a for-profit, like, dude, that's awesome. You gotta just take care of fucking weird animals that like you never interact with any, like nobody would ever see, like a fucking polar bear for the rest of their lives. Like you're never gonna actually see a polar bear in the wild.
All sorts of stuff like that.
I'm actually very
like working at the San Diego Zoo. Dude, that would be awesome. Working at the San Diego Zoo. Working at fucking like any weird aquarium.
Surprised that so many people
would that be a marine biology degree or a zoology degree?
Regret going into this field. This seems like one of the fields that like you know what you're doing. I'm gonna go study plants. I'm gonna go study dolphins. I'm gonna go study the human systems.
Let me see if Mooney picks up because I haven't talked to this guy in forever. It's just kind of fun. I'm getting called old friends.
He's calling a guy he hasn't seen in 15 years. Hello? Who is this? Hey, it's Johnny. Just wondering if you regret your biology degree.
Yo, Zach.
Mooney, I'm making a video about college degrees.
I have a horticulture degree.
I don't even know what that means.
Chat, guess what the fuck is horticulture? I feel like that has to do with something with like seeds or like not farming.
Horticulture is like the...
Dude, I don't know if you could get this anymore. You used to be able to get a degree in animal husbandry. You used to be able to get a degree in like animal sex.
Study of fruits and nuts.
Oh, what? You could get a degree in the study of fruits and nuts. That is so specific. Where does that degree take you in life? Like I'm not saying that's bad, but like I'm genuinely curious, like where are you going to work at, like Planters Peanuts? Like are you going to go get where do you get a job?
Oh, horticulture. I guess the question is do you regret your degree?
Maybe I'll just speak for like agriculture. Like if you work on a farm your whole life, like you don't really need a degree unless you're doing research. You're probably doing some like grunt work that you don't need a college degree for, and like the pay isn't great. And then I would say like if you're doing like life sciences, you're either teaching or you're working in a rural area.
Yeah.
Can't like live in the city, like.
But you're happy with your degree?
Yeah, I'm pretty happy with my degree. A lot of people don't go into research, but in my case, I did, so that's why it was useful for me.
You got a PhD, didn't you?
Yeah, I'm still doing my PhD.
And you're like breeding apricots?
A PhD in horticulture? Yeah, what are you getting? Hey, I'm actually a doctor. In what? Fruits and nuts. I could actually just eyeball that mixed nuts bag you have there, and I could tell you that that's 73% peanuts. gives me some sort of, I guess, X-ray vision. I could smell a nut and tell you what type of nut it is.
I'm bringing hazelnuts.
Oh.
Yeah.
He's breeding hazelnuts. That's the research he's doing.
Be resistant to like fungus or something.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, that's kind of badass though. Now that's actually kind of sick. Wait, what? He's like making his own type of hazelnut that can't die to fungus. No, that's actually awesome. But you have to get like an actual doctorate to do that.
Can't believe I nailed that.
Dude.
Yeah.
Aren't you trying to do it the natural way or something?
Yeah, we've collected these hazelnuts. I don't know how much you can say about that, but like basically we've gone throughout the
What, like he signed an NDA? This is real underground shit, you know, so let's just keep this off the record. But we actually went to Guatemala and harvested these hazelnuts from this rural area. And they're like nothing I've ever seen before. I'm talking like a weird, dude, like their diameter is insane. Like he's just so hyped about this.
world before any of these wars started happening in Russia, and like geopolitical stuff has been happening in Turkey, but
Redacted? What, so he's harvested hazelnuts from communist Russia, and now that's way before the Great Russian War that's going. Oh, what is he talking about? This is like an FBI redacted statement? Dude, he's a fucking researcher for fruits and nuts.
But we do use molecular biology.
I gotta keep shooting this video, but I'm gonna call you.
Yeah, dude. Glad to hear from you.
Thanks, bro.
Awesome. See you later.
Later.
Dude.
What a smart guy.
Yeah, dude. And also, like, these wars in Russia and then geopolitical situation in Turkey. I don't know how much I can talk about this. You know, I use molecular biology, but I'm making these, like, hazelnuts. So if you like Nutella, it's a lot deeper than it looks, dude.
That's an example of someone who got, like, a college degree who's really using it in a way that you're like, huh, I guess we do need educated people.
I guess we do need that. Because even in fruits and nuts, do you think horticulture goes to like people that are trying to make it? Because I watched a whole video the other day at like 3 a.m. about how like the fruit at your local supermarket makes it there from like fucking Argentina. Do you think those are those people? Like the doctorates of horticulture are the ones that are trying to figure out how to fucking ship bananas all the way across the country without them rotting in a specific amount of time.
Like you, to keep the world going.
Like a very needed person for society, but some shit you would never think about.
100%. I think he brought up a good point. He went into research and went into like the actual sciences of it and like the development, I guess, of new plants. But a lot of people who go into agriculture go into it to like work in a farm or something.
Yeah.
And I could see why those people are like, yeah, not what I signed up for.
Yeah.
I live in the middle of nowhere. I didn't grow up
Yeah, it's more hands-on work than anything.
doing this. Turns out I don't like farming.
How do people find these jobs? Bro, I was just about to ask that. Like, it makes sense. Like, what do you guys want to go to college for if you're not in college yet? Or if you want to go to college? Most of you are probably going to say, like, something with business, maybe something STEM related. But they're all jobs that we know about. I have never heard of horticulture as a degree. So how the fuck did he go to college and be like, yeah, this is the profession that I want to get into?
You got to wake up early, and it's hard to meet girls. Cool guy.
Yeah.
Mooney.
Mooneyham.
Shouts to Moon. And now time for a quick dog.
No.
He wakes up. Actually makes them feel good. All right, now for the third least regretted field of study. Health.
Bro, that's so many different things. Health. So like all doctor related shit like nutritionists or GPs.
So this includes registered nurses, doctors, physical therapists. It's like life sciences, but you touch people and take their blood.
My buddy Chris is a dentist.
I would never want to be a nurse. I respect nurses a lot. You got to work weird ass shifts. You do get a lot of time off and you could like travel and make good money. I don't think I could ever put a catheter in anyone. I was going to say another man. I couldn't put a catheter in myself. I don't think I would. That's drawing the line. You got to clean up people's poop. Maybe assist in I couldn't assist in surgery. I fuck up the medicine. I don't know. Wipe people's butts all day. Bro, you got to do so much shit. You watch people die. It's sad. It's always sad. It's never not sad. And it's not like adrenaline not sad. Like if you're like a paramedic, it's high energy. Sad, you see shit, but it's high energy. RN, there's some high energy moments. A lot of it's like you're just watching old people die. Like, ugh.
That's not a dentist.
Your call has been forwarded.
Oh, he blocked you.
My buddy is a anesthesiologist.
Okay.
Anesthesiology is so scary. The surgery or the fucking insurance they have for that's crazy. Anesthesiologists are the people that give you medicine or like shit before surgery. Like when you need an anesthetic. You need something that's going to numb you or make you pass out. Or they need to pump you with certain medicines while they're giving you surgery or help. Yeah, like they put you under, right? But it's very micro doses of certain things. And if they fuck up, you die. And so, I don't know if I could do that.
Call has been forwarded to voicemail.
Why isn't anyone answering the phone? It's 3 p.m.
He's calling me back.
Oh, shit. Be cool. Be cool.
I'm curious to know, like, do you regret your college degree?
I do regret my college degree in terms of my undergraduate because I did a lot of chemistry degrees, but then when I went to medical school, ultimately 98% of what I learned was worthless, and I felt like I spent 4 years of studying a subject that I just didn't really have any kind of usefulness for. I kind of wish I had studied maybe a more philosophical approach.
But you're happy to be a doctor now.
I am happy to be a doctor. I'm not upset with my financial predicament, but you know, there's different levels and positions too in terms of income.
Where are you at in that ladder?
I'm definitely on the upper end of physician incomes. I do pretty well.
Hell yeah, dude.
I'm a pretty stable job. There's a lot of people that like you for what you do.
I think we get the gist. People don't hate you. You make a good amount of money and seems pretty chill.
It is what it is, so.
Thanks for the insight. What do we think? I mean, I thought the big reason health was going to be so high was because it's like education, but you get paid a lot of money.
Like, you mean it's...
I thought it was going to be both
morally,
things.
you feel like you're doing something good.
Yeah.
But then you get paid.
Yeah.
All right, so that's no surprise. The doctor doesn't regret being a doctor, but he does regret not majoring in poems or something.
I think it shows that getting an education doesn't always have...
Damn, that really does... That does suck, though, the thought that your doctor or surgeon could actually fucking hate their job. Not even in a neutral standpoint where it's like, okay, I'm making good money and I'm helping people. Like, I doubt every surgeon's, like, giddy to go to work. But you're meeting your fucking doctor that's supposed to be helping you, and right before he showed up, he was like... like dreading getting in his car and having to show up to help you.
To be about turning it into a career. It is cool to just better yourself for the hell of bettering yourself.
Yeah. The number 2 most regretted field of study is humanities/art.
Humanities/art. That's me.
You guys said that would be number 1. What the fuck is going to be number 1, though? Humanities/art. That's a lot.
How embarrassing. I studied film, which was in that category.
What is a humanity?
Humanities include the study of history, philosophy, and religion.
That's me! Number 2 most regrettable degree, chat. Do I regret it? No. What's my job? Twitch streamer. Did I do anything in the field of philosophy? Nope. Outside of my philosophy YouTube channel.
Modern and ancient languages and literatures, fine and performing arts, media.
Dude, it's because you don't make fucking any media. Don't they have degrees for social media now? It's not like you get a degree in social media, but it's a degree with something with social media. Dumbest degree ever if you go for that shit. Just fucking do it. Just fucking do it. What is this, Kai Cenat Streamer University? You're going to go to college so you learn how to fucking make an Instagram post? Like, just do it, right? I feel like that's bad news if you're like, I need to get a 4-year degree in fucking social media. Anyways, fine arts and performing arts, they get to like, if you get a good job there, you get to travel the world and perform, which is really cool, but you don't make good money unless you're really, really at the top. And even then, your lifespan on being able to do it is so short. Like if you're a ballet dancer or you perform in plays, really depends what, but like a lot of the time you might only be able to perform for like 10 years. Modern ancient language and literature. I feel like literature ends up going into education a lot. Religion.
Yeah. That's a lot of stuff.
I got a degree in philosophy and religion. I don't know anyone that gets a degree in religion and doesn't become like a priest. If you're just getting a straight theology degree.
Performing arts, media.
Like, what do you do with it?
No longer view the human body as a person's body. They need to view it more like a machine. Different systems, different parts.
I don't know. Could you say that like surgeons psychopaths? Or yeah, they probably have a higher level of psychopaths for sure, and it's also like a high level of, you know, success and money that comes with it. So I get people going into that field for the monetary gain versus like, you know, caring about saving lives. But I also feel like some surgeons that aren't psychopaths might test higher on low empathy ratings just because they've become numb to the job. Like, if you've seen 500 people die on a fucking operating table, like, at some point, it means nothing. Like, the weight becomes less.
That's all. The people who do this the best, the ones who can completely emotionally detach. Just think about what these guys do on a regular basis. Slicing through skin, cutting through bone, operating on young children. And when it's all over, no crying, no celebrating, just moving on to the next patient. And one of the major attractions for those with psychopathic traits, you're basically playing God. Mix intelligence, status, and control over life and death, you're practically writing a love letter to psychopathy. As Kevin Dutton notes, psychopaths aren't all killers. Some of them are saviors. They just so happen to save you.
Dude, I can't imagine having to do like open heart surgery, man. I kind of feel like it might actually be better you have a psychopath doing that. Like somebody that's just so robotic. Like, I couldn't have some, because it's like lower heart rate, not as stressed out, better, you know? Versus a guy that's like, oh, fuck, what if this kid dies? You know? Like, they just need to be, like, you can't have, your thoughts need to be fully just on the operation rather than like, oh, this is so sad, you know? Like, oh, God, what if I mess up? Like, you can't get, you got to just be in the zone.
With the same level of empathy they'd use to fix a car. But hey.
I'd be scared to EpiPen myself. Nah, I could EpiPen myself. I think I could do like, okay, I'm not saying I think I could do surgery. I think if I had to be a surgeon, I'd be able to do like knee surgery. I have knee surgery next Thursday. Some shit like that. But like, I couldn't do like brain surgery. Something that could kill you. Fuck no.
Thank God for surgeons. One group of psychos I definitely don't thank God for: salespeople. Psychopaths love sales. It's the perfect storm of manipulation, charm, and reward. They mirror your tone, your body language, your beliefs, all to build trust they don't actually feel. It's just a game to them. They read you like a player at a poker table. They find your weakness, they exploit it, and they smile with a shit-eating grin while doing it. And once they close the deal, that dopamine hit isn't from helping you, it's from beating you. And the scary part is, they're good. Really good. They're expert social...
Some of them are, well, yeah, no, I think psychopaths are probably good salesmen. You ever see like a really shitty, you ever talk to a really shitty salesman before at like a car dealership or some shit? You're just like, yeah, this ain't for you, man. Could even be like a store, like a regular, like whatever they're working on commission, not a car necessarily, but like you're at like a supplement store or somewhere where they're like pitching you something and you're like, man, this is not for you. You are way too fucking awkward. You could tell when they're good at it when they're like, hey, how you doing? And they like kind of force it onto you in a sense where it's like, hey, do you want help with any? No, it's just like, hey, I see. What are you here for? Oh, protein? What kind of protein are you looking for? Actually, I was just wondering, like, what are your like goals in this? And they just start like, you know, they open the door to that conversation.
Chameleons. They know
insurance salesmen. Those guys are psychopaths.
Fake it till they make it. They combine their superficial charm with zero guilt or empathy, and the result is Jordan Belfort-like salespeople willing to say or do anything for their commission. Number 3 on the list are the people at least partly responsible for how
one of these is I think probably number 1, CEOs.
Up Western society has become in modern times. media executives, and journalists. If salespeople manipulate individuals, these pricks manipulate entire populations. The news industry used to be about truth. Now it's about
Twitter account holders.
engagement. And engagement doesn't come from accuracy, it comes from outrage. Psychopaths love outrage. Remember, psychopaths have no empathy, no remorse, no guilt. They're pathological liars and they can be crazy ambitious. So in a world where attention is currency, they're willing to say or do anything to control.
Like propaganda pages, like if you work for like a news media outlet that just spews shit.
Your attention. Behind every breaking story is someone doing psychological calculus. How do we make people angry enough to click, scared enough to share, outraged enough to stay tuned? These people don't report the news anymore. They engineer it. And psychos love this kind of ecosystem because they don't have to pretend about caring for who gets hurt, who's defamed, or who loses everything. They're social predators who manipulate without remorse. Number 2 is lawyers. If there was ever a profession built to reward
Never even thought about that. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Like a defense lawyer. My client didn't kill this person. He literally did. It's on a security CCTV. Well, that's not him.
It's this one. You get paid to argue, manipulate emotions, and twist the truth until it fits your client's version of reality. And Kevin Dutton's research supports it. Lawyers have one of the highest rates of psychopathy in the world. They put their work
criminal defense lawyer
under the guise of the pursuit of justice, and yet they'll gladly defend murderers, rapists, and child molesters. Now, yes, I understand.
Well, yeah, no, he's going to say, yeah, there's a chance that they're innocent, so it's like not all of them are, but it's just like some cases that they take where it's like, dude, this guy's fucked.
In the argument, I'd rather defend a guilty person than have an innocent person sit in jail. I understand that everyone deserves legal representation to the best of their ability. But how?
No, I'm not blaming them for doing it, but I do understand why psychopaths are higher in that field.
How do some lawyers sleep at night knowing they've just defended a legitimate monster? Like, genuinely, how does the dream team...
That, or you could say the flip, where there's a lawyer that's prosecuting a guy that's like more seemingly innocent, and then they get him put away.
Who defended OJ sit there knowing their client is guilty as fuck and then just push that aside to get him acquitted. Pursuit of justice, my ass. It's the pursuit of winning. There's the thrill of deception, the allure of power and prestige, and permission to manipulate as long as you do it with...
Yeah, I have no idea what that fucking clip was, bro. That had nothing to do. Was that Speed? Who was that? That was like a WWE guy getting like fucking twerked on.
In the rules. And who wrote those rules? Are the goddamn lawyers. Psychopaths write the rules for how psychopaths can defend...
That was Booker T. I couldn't see his face. Couldn't see his face. It was just all ass.
And other psychopaths. Amazing. Anyways, before diving into number 1, we've got a little bonus career where quite a few psychopaths are found. Want to take a guess? We'll say it together on 3.
CEOs.
1, 2, 3... Police officers. Now,
what? It's not. Oh wait, does CEO count as a job? I don't know if CEO is like CEO is just like you're a company owner of what? Cops are number 1.
Depending on which list you read, this one sometimes ranks even higher than lawyers, which ain't exactly surprising. See, the job attracts people who crave structure, hierarchy, and control. But for some, that control turns into power.
Oh, this isn't top 1. This is a bonus.
Read, this one sometimes ranks even higher than lawyers, which ain't exactly surprising. See, the job attracts people who crave structure, hierarchy, and control. But for some, that control turns into power, and that power becomes pleasure. The badge gives authority, the uniform gives legitimacy, and the gun gives fear. Now, before the comment section turns into a war zone, no, not every cop is a psychopath. Many genuinely want to serve and protect, and thank God for them. I don't even want to imagine what society would be like without police. But here's the uncomfortable truth. If you have psychopathic traits, being a cop gives you a socially sanctioned way to act them out. You can intimidate, command, and control and still be applauded for it. Kevin Dutton calls it the mask of morality, when psychopathic behavior hides behind a noble mission. Speaking of which, that mask, especially in today's day and age, is often worn so much by the guys at number 1 on the list. CEOs.
Okay, I was gonna say it has to be.
To me, this one's straightforward as hell. You really think Peter Thiel is a normal human being? Then you've got those fake altruistic,
Oh, well, no, Peter Thiel knows about the Antichrist, so yeah, he has to be.
I'm just a good guy CEOs like Sam Altman. This guy's a 40-something-year-old tech founder from Silicon Valley, and yet he goes on the Joe Rogan Experience and acts like he doesn't know what kind of effect Coke has on people.
Is that something Coke makes people want to do? It seems to me like it just makes people like angry and chaotic.
That fake naivety.
Yeah, they always act dumb. Why do they always act dumb? Whenever they do an interview, it's like they try to act really stupid to seem like they're more like humble than they are. Like that's like billionaires in general. They'll like hop on something. They'll be like, oh no, like what, what is, but not, they won't be like dumb in the sense of like, oh, how much is milk? They'll be like, oh really? I don't understand. What is that? Like the very basic concept everybody knows about. What do you mean? Oh, cocaine makes you more excited and like hyper? Oh, I've never done that.
That's
Bro, you're worth $1 billion. You're telling me you've never snorted coke before, buddy? Get out of here, pal. You're probably one of the only people that could get access straight to the fucking source. No fentanyl and that shit. I know you do it.
Exactly what psychopaths do. They disarm.
Literally dead ass. Like if you're a billionaire, you're like one of the only people that could get access to like 1970s cocaine. Like you could fucking go to Pablo Escobar himself and get him to give you some shit straight out of the mill.
You with sincerity they don't actually feel. It's all just a show to them. Studies have found that 1 in 5 corporate leaders show strong psychopathic traits.
He's in jail. Pablo Escobar's dead. You're talking about, oh my God, what is his name? Not El Mencho. El Mencho's also dead. Who's the guy in like a Colorado prison? El Chapo. Sorry, I was trying to look him up. Joaquin Guzman.
The same ratio as in prisons. Business at the highest level is war without bullets. You win by outsmarting, undercutting, or straight up swallowing the competition. And if you can do that without getting emotionally attached to people or consequences, you're rewarded with millions or even billions of dollars. The appeal to psychopaths is obvious. They're calm under pressure, can put on the fake charm when need be, they're utterly ruthless in negotiations, and they can fire a 1,000-person department without giving it a second's thought. And don't think you finance bros are off the hook. When psychologists collected this data, hedge fund managers and investment bankers were grouped in with the corporate execs. Superficial charm, inflated egos, no remorse, and manipulation to achieve their own ends. You're all little Patrick Batemans on the inside. So yeah, we like to think evil looks obvious. The serial killer, the dictator, the monster lurking in the dark. In reality, they're running...
the finance guy I talk to, bro, I love him. But I don't think he's a psychopath, but he's like cut and clean, bro. I talk to him, he'll ask me about like how my business is going, like social media in general. And he'll just be like, oh really, that's so interesting. Like 30 times in a conversation. Oh, really? Oh, really? That's so interesting. Tell me more. And I'll be like, yo, there's no way you're actually caring about this.
Companies hosting talk shows, writing laws.
Oh, really? Oh, really? Every time in that exact tone.
And cutting people up in all.
I love him, though. He's so interesting. And when he says that, I giggle every time.
In order to save their lives. Again, not everyone in these careers is a psychopath.
Oh, really? That's fascinating.
Obviously. But I've got almost 100k subscribers now. The statistics say around 1,000 to 4,000 of you are straight up psychos. I still love you all. Thanks for watching. Please remember to like, comment, and subscribe. And
let's read the comments. How people make money is the name of the channel. As my cousin suggested some career options for me, and she said, wait, what? For me, and that jerk sent me this video. Oh my God. I almost misread that. Skipping words, not great. That's why I hang with engineers or blue collars in general. They just want to fix stuff. Bro's acting like every person in any category of that job is immediately a psychopath. It's like just a higher percentage. Politicians, medical field, it's full of them. Psychopaths are bred to run major corporations. The sheer lack of empathy that's required to lay off 5,000 people to a small town factory, go home later, sleep like a baby. Yeah. It's just shitty companies need to be it's shitty companies are ran that way. But it's like big tier companies, you need a guy that's just like, yeah, I'll do that.
Meet 3 characters who don't survive the end of the scene, but they all have an interesting look. Al Mullock has long hair blowing across his face and vibrant blue eyes. Jack Elam has the long eyebrows and beard that goes down his neck. And then Woody Strode looks completely different, with a square jaw and a piercing look. From their faces alone, we can get a level of understanding to their character. It's hard to put into words, but we get a feeling that this guy is going to behave differently to this guy. And then compare them to the station manager. We can understand the dynamic just from the way they look. You can say this is down to great casting, and to some extent it is, but ultimately, it's just these guys' faces that carry the entire 15-minute opening.
Oh, well, I suppose it'll be alright.
Yeah, like he just looks like a disheveled old man. Like this guy looks like some dude you would see on the side of the road in New York City.
It'll be alright.
It's the same with the heads of the 5 families in The Godfather. Sure, they all look like mob bosses, but they have small differences in their appearance.
You're all grateful.
Wow, I love like the YouTuber breakdowns that these guys, or not the cinephile breakdowns that these YouTubers do. Like, I love these analyst movies. I never think, because you don't, it's like such subconscious shit that you don't even think about till they bring it up. Where it's like, wow, the mob bosses really are very similar, but like the mustache and the slick back hair is different. A cinephile, that's somebody that loves movies.
It's the same with the heads of the 5 families in The Godfather. Sure, they all look like mob bosses, but they have small differences in their appearance.
You're all grateful to Don Corleone for calling this meeting.
How they style their hair, the type of suit they wear, and how fat they are, all goes a long way to tell us about their character.
He had all the judges and politicians in his pocket.
And this isn't just limited to side characters. Even the leads in the past had a more interesting look. They didn't all look like supermodels.
You look like 40 miles of rough road.
This is people like Sissy Spacek, Leslie Nielsen, and Cher. They simultaneously look like a normal person, but also have a unique look.
Completely normal individual.
Kurt Russell in Escape from New York was big, but in shirtless scenes his abs have little definition. Bruce Willis was handsome, but his receding hairline and modest muscles retain a sort of everyman look. And compare how Hugh Jackman looked in the first X-Men film in 2000 to Deadpool Wolverine.
Yeah, he looks better. It's like, how does Hugh Jackman in his 20s look more average than now?
So what is the effect of this? What is the
fucking ripped six-pack? Looks like he's on steroids.
Effect of seeing these regular looking people on screen? And how does seeing interesting faces work to make a movie better? Let's take a look at a few examples.
What have you done to it? What have you done to its eyes?
This is Mia Farrow in Rosemary's Baby.
I'm Rosemary Woodhouse.
As the film progresses, she cuts her hair shorter and begins to look paler and thinner. Visually, we understand the transformation the character is undergoing.
I'm not changing. I just want to go to Dr. Hill and get a second opinion.
Would this work if she was played by someone like Margot Robbie? I don't think so. It's Mia Farrow's unique look that helps make the character feel like an actual person that could exist somewhere, which makes us empathize with her more.
Dr. Hill, please.
It's the same with John Travolta in Blowout, Shelley Duvall and Jack Nicholson in The Shining.
Well, because the average person that's watching a movie that wants to relate to the main character isn't going to... Like, I get you casting fucking Chris Evans and Hemsworth for Thor and Captain America. They're fucking superheroes. They're not supposed to be everyday people. Thor is a god, right? But, like, when you have a regular taxi driver playing a role in a movie, you want that guy to be relatable, and the average person watching the movie isn't going to relate to a guy that's a 10.
In Star Wars, Luke and his family look like fairly ordinary people, whereas Grand Moff Tarkin and the Imperial officers have a much more austere look to them.
Fear will keep the local systems in line.
In the 20th century, the pool of actors to choose from seems to have been much more aesthetically varied than it is today. There was actors with big noses.
I got it, go ahead.
Big foreheads.
He's gonna prove it to the whole world.
Heavy-set eyes.
Did you know that?
And receding hairlines.
But you and me together, that'd be tops.
We subconsciously infer things about people's personality based on their features, which in turn helps them create a richer character without much heavy lifting.
Mentally, you picture my dog.
In Taxi Driver.
But I think they do so, like, there's still TV show. I think movies, it's gone away, but TV shows, they still have it. Always Sunny in Philadelphia isn't even filmed in Philly, but it still gives that Philly vibe. They look like regular ass white people that live in Philly. Danny DeVito is like Danny DeVito, like sometimes they make him seem like a goblin, bro. He'll be naked crawling out of a fucking couch covered in oil. Like, I know that's part of the comedy, but it's like They're not like, imagine if Always Sunny in Philly was just like Margot Robbie, Brad Pitt as the old guy, and then, you know, Olivia Rodrigo. You'd be like, okay, well, these aren't regular fucking Philly actors. There's shows where they actually make fun of that. Like, I Love L.A. They make fun of L.A. culture. They look like L.A. people. They might live in L.A., but, like, they cast people that, like, fit this L.A. role, and it makes fun of that. So I love that show. I don't watch it all the time. I'll watch it with Brooke when she's watching it, but it's a good fucking show. But even back then, they had people that didn't. It's so weird because I think on average, movies in general do cast higher attractive roles. But like, dude, the cast of Friends, all attractive, all of them. Maybe Ross is like unconventionally attractive, but like Phoebe, Monica, and Rachel are all 9s, 10s, right? Very pretty. Joey Tribbiani, attractive guy. Chandler, attractive guy, right? Ross, I would say maybe unconventionally attractive, but he also was signed for that role. It makes sense, right? Like, Ross is still a good-looking dude. It's like all of them were 10s, almost. Chandler, I think Chandler was a good-looking guy. Obviously, he was dealing with, like, you know, problems where he was fluctuating in weight and, like, he looked different depending on the scene. But I think overall, he still looked good.
This guy, completely bald on top, but with a flow at the back. This guy with his scruffy beard and round glasses. And even De Niro himself with his 5 o'clock shadow and redness around his eyes. If you got into a cab and this was the driver, you wouldn't think twice.
Did I tell you to do that with the meter?
All of these actors look like they actually belong in the setting rather than just walking out of a dressing room.
Can I talk to you for a second?
And this is environmental immersion. In 1976, after Sylvester Stallone went 15 rounds in Rocky, his face was soaking wet, his hair sticking to his head, and he's covered in blood with his face fully contorted with bruises. But in 2015, after Michael B. Jordan fought in Creed, he's just got a subtle sheen of sweat and a small...
Yeah, bro, they make him look too good. I'm like, this is, bro, Paddy Pimblett in that UFC fight where he didn't get knocked out, but he got his head fucked up so bad that he literally looked like a pumpkin. His face was swelling so much. Like, get the hell out of here. I'm supposed to watch Creed and be like, oh, dude, his face is a little scuffed and he's getting killed this fight, but it'll be all right.
Bruise around one eye.
Like, I need to see one eye swollen. Stop! Like, that would put you on the floor. Bro, your face would be so fucked if you got knocked like that.
Stop! It's me!
At the end of Spider-Man, Tobey Maguire's suit is ripped to hell, revealing his bruised, dirty, and sweaty face. And
that's one thing I'll say about Spider-Man. People get upset with me. I think the first Spider-Man is the worst Spider-Man. I think that Tom Holland's Spider-Man is better than Tobey Maguire's. But I think Tobey Maguire fits the Spider-Man look the best out of any of them. I love Tom Holland the most. I actually think Andrew Garfield second, Tobey Maguire third, off of acting. But when you think of like everyday New Yorker, kind of a nerd, you know, a dweeb, getting these powers and then becoming a superhero, I'm not thinking of Tom Holland. And I'm not thinking of Andrew Garfield. I'm thinking of Toby McChud, you know, Chud Maguire. You know, that's the guy that fits the bill, you know, looks like an everyday dude, gets powers, becomes some superhero god, has that really cringy scene where they slick his hair back when he's Venom and he's like, I hate that scene, by the way. That's the worst. Like that, whenever I see that scene, it's right below the Happy Birthday song in Breaking Bad.
His chaotic tear across his mask.
Mr. Osborn.
But for Tom Holland, he's got a couple of cuts that seem very intentionally placed, and his suit isn't ripped at all. His mask hasn't been torn open, but just neatly taken off.
Hey, Blondie? Water?
After Clint Eastwood walked 70 miles in the desert, his face is completely scarred and burned. We can barely recognize it. But today, there aren't many examples of actors looking scarred like this. It seems like everyone has to look perfect all the time. It's as if somewhere along the way, almost every actor has taken...
That movie was so fucking bad. That movie was so fucking bad. Jurassic World, love Scarlett Johansson. My God, this movie was terrible. Every scene, she's like, well, I'm a co-op expert. That's why they hired me. I'm a co-op expert. What the fuck do you have to do? I'm a co-op expert. Okay, so we're bringing you to go extract dinosaur blood? You worked in the military and, like, covert shit. What the hell does that have to do with going to stab a T-Rex? Okay? You have your skill transfer. That's like you being a pro in Rocket League and being like, I'm a Rocket League pro. And we're in fucking Vietnam. And we're in Vietnam, you know? We're loading artillery and you're like, don't worry, I was SSL. That means about jack shit to me. What the fuck does that have to do with this?
It's as if somewhere along the way, almost every actor has taken the substance and transformed into a kind of picture-perfect version of themselves. Not a single wrinkle, not a hair out of place, and completely smooth skin. The best we'll get is maybe a small smear of dirt or a tiny...
The worst that I despise is movie scenes where they're, like, so fucked. They've been surviving in the wilderness. They, you know, fighting limb to limb to survive. And then you see their teeth, pearly white. They've been in the jungle for 6 months. And they fuck up their face and they make them look, you know, all messed up. And then they're like, and you see the glare off their teeth. I'm like, yo, it's not like, why we can't tint their teeth yellow to make this look more real.
Cut. And they look great, but when everyone looks perfect, things start to get a bit stale.
Well, see, no, that scene's different because that's just Vin Diesel. Right, that's Dom Toretto. Vin Diesel after plunging a burning car into dirty water. It's Dom Toretto.
And they look great.
Dom Toretto's fucking a badass.
But when everyone looks perfect, things start to get a bit stale. And sure, this isn't every single actor working today. You can still find distinct looking people, but it seems like it is the majority of them. In an article from
That's what I was saying.
2021, Raquel S. Benedict likens our body to become an investment in which we have to maximize our value through looking good. We're reduced to a collection of features like perfect skin or a strong jawline. The body is no—
Oh my god, what is that thing called where it's supposed to give you a better jaw? Bro, just like chew gum. I never understand that shit. Jawzercise, I think is the name of the product.
Features like perfect skin or a strong jawline. The body is no longer the vehicle through which we experience joy and pleasure, but a status symbol that needs to be constantly presentable to the world.
Put your greasy tits away, you preening slut.
For actors, this is taken to the extreme, especially for women. They can never age or show any imperfection. They need to be a bankable star, and a big part of this is looking good on camera.
Pretty girls should always smile.
Let's take hairlines as an example. Sure, Andrew Garfield probably got a hair transplant because he thought it would improve his appearance, but also because it's better to have a smaller forehead as a leading man. And with modern technology, if you can fix this, why wouldn't you?
Yes, Sergeant!
This just wasn't the case in the past, hence a wider spectrum of hairlines and a bigger aesthetic variety.
I wouldn't touch one hair on his goddamn little head.
But today, this is becoming increasingly noticeable, and more people are—
But it's when they're playing a role. I think you want a smaller forehead when the main character is 40 or below. But if you're a main character in your 50s as a guy, having a perfect hairline is almost off-putting. Because the average man in his 50s is going to either be bald or have a receding hairline. Like, without a doubt.
Commenting on it, and here are a few things they've said. I miss actors having normal teeth, and then a picture of Tom Cruise from The Outsiders.
Check this out, buddy.
It's so annoying and just plain boring that everyone has the same teeth, the same body. I miss people looking—
Okay, well, the Barbie movie is a bad example because Margot Robbie is supposed to look uncannily perfect. Like, I was gonna mention the Barbie movie where she's supposed to look perfect, right?
Different and interesting.
Restroom and make sure my hair is perfect.
I watched Invasion of the Body Snatchers last night, and it stood out to me that while Sutherland is hot, he's also clearly in his 40s. Like, if Hollywood wanted to make a movie of a 40-something A-lister playing a middle-aged health inspector, who would they cast? Ryan Reynolds? Chris Evans?
I got this.
We no longer have leading men who are good-looking and charismatic, but also don't look like they wake up at 5 AM to hit the gym. On Twitter, someone was talking about the 1974 movie Taking of Pelham 1, 2, 3. They said it's weirdly invigorating to watch a movie where every actor has an incredible face, and they all look normal. like no veneers in sight.
This is supposed to be a democracy.
Old actors have more grace than current ones. We can't have a truly accurate cast for the Beatles because they just don't make weird, crusty looking young men actors like that anymore. I miss casting movies that weren't all A-listers or trying to be. Sometimes just having normal ass people in your movie make—
I have been complaining about the fact that, oh wow, this guy plays the serial killer in Dexter. Anyways, sorry. I don't even know this guy's name, but I just recognize the face. I've been ranting about how I don't like that the new actors, like Gen Z actors, it's like there's like 5 of them. there's like 5 of them. Whenever you see a big new movie coming out, it's never like a random actor playing the main role. It's always somebody that's like super famous. And I think it's this idea, too, from Hollywood that, like, what gets ticket sales is mainstream actors. And it's true to a degree that, like, if you see a movie that's coming out and it has a famous actor in it, you're more likely to go see it. You know, like, if Jacob Elordi, is in a movie, you're going to be like, well, I kind of want to go see that. But if Jacob Elordi's not in the film and it's just, like, some random guy that isn't that super attractive— or woman for that matter, it's like, you know, it's the same thing. The level of popular actors is like, it's a smaller pool now.
makes it feel more realistic. To which someone replied, convinced this will be the downfall of the Odyssey. Which brings us on to perhaps a good label to put on this kind of perfect looking A-lister we see today. iPhone face. It's hard to define, but I think it's basically this kind of pristine look that most actors seem to have. It's why some people look out of place in period pieces, because they've got a modern haircut or their teeth are too white. They're striving for a kind of look that didn't really exist before the 21st century. And this speaks to a kind of aesthetic that many modern movies have. They're perfectly lit, the set perfectly designed, the actors in perfectly clean clothes. But this kind of perfection just makes it all look boring. It's the messiness of a normal—
And it doesn't bring— the immersion's not there. Like, I want to see some shit where, you know, their couch is fucked up. Like, you're supposed to be this, like, struggling artist in this film, and you're playing, like, somebody that's broke. Meanwhile, yeah, your apartment's small, but you have, like, a brand new couch, and your carpet's perfectly clean, and you have no crumbs on the floor. There's no, like, weird marks on the walls, you know? Like, every regular room for somebody, you're going to have, like, a scratch or a hole in the wall. Like, why don't they have that? Method acting? Well, not even method acting for the actor. I'm more saying, like, the sets just suck.
or the dirt kicked up from horses, the colour of the set, and the way it's lit. We're losing a sense of personality not only in how actors look, but in how films in general look.
Hello?
Digital cinematography has given everything the same kind of Netflixy feel. Look, this isn't every movie, and it's not every actor. If you look for it, you can find interesting looking people.
Oh, that movie was so fucking stupid. Oh my god, no, I'm gonna get so mad if, dude, every time he shows that Jurassic Park movie. Where if you don't know, there's like this, they're going, okay. So in the Jurassic Park movie, the new one, dinosaurs exist, but they only can live at the equator, and you're not allowed to go to the equator. This stupid fucking family is driving a boat through the equator, and they get capsized by a dinosaur. Shocker. They all freak out. The boyfriend's a dick, blah, blah, blah. They end up getting picked up by Scarlett Johansson and her crew, which is trying to extract dinosaur blood to, like, cure cancer. That's the plot. Right, like, it's trying to, like, cure cancer, extend people's lifetimes. It's gonna, like, make people immortal or some shit, right? And you're just sitting here like, oh, okay. They don't even explain why. And they get on this boat. They end up getting separated. And the family is, like, struggling to survive in this area. And they're like, none of them die, by the way. Spoiler. Which is, like, so stupid. Because, you know, this is, like, a family of 5 that has no survival expertise. And they just get lucky at every corner. It's just, like, full plot armor. And while they're all, like, struggling for their life and, like, running from these crazy dinosaurs, one of their daughter, like, befriends this tiny dinosaur. And I'm like, dude, she would be terrified of that motherfucker. Their boat got capsized by a dinosaur. She's never seen dinosaurs in real life like this. They land on this island. They're getting chased by dinosaurs. And she sees this baby dinosaur that's, like, cute or whatever. And she's like, aw. I'm like, oh, hell no. She would not, like, walk up to that thing. Dude, everybody would be traumatic. I would be scared to walk up to anything that was moving.
people in modern movies, but this whole change in how actors, and by extension movies in general, look is a natural result of an industry that's afraid to take risks. Movies need to make money, so they minimize anything that could theoretically make the film less successful, but in the process, remove what makes it special. Both films and actors aren't ugly anymore. They're not dirty anymore or bruised anymore. No one looks normal, and everyone looks perfect. And this is a problem.
It's worse than Hubie Halloween. No, Hubie Halloween is a bottom 3 film. I love Adam Sandler. I think that when he plays that role where he does that, like, ooh, I don't know. I just have some soup in a bowl. I'm like, shut up. Shut up. That's like so it's so annoying. And it's like he's not playing the role well. It's like he has like 5 characters and one of them's like a quirky, weird guy that he plays. And he does the same thing in Waterboy. And it's like, oh my God. And he's, no, it's just, dude, it's so, I can't get over it. And there's Adam Sandler movies that I love. I just think that those movies are unbearable. Actually, no, Jack and Jill's worse than Hubie Halloween. Jack and Jill was the worst movie that he's ever made. I gotta piss again, and we're gonna hop into the next Which jobs have the most psychopaths?
Somewhere around 1 to 4% of the general population, but in some industries, they represent over 20%. If you thought they'd be busy
managers, no. It's got to be like CEOs. Has the most. Streamers? Streamers probably has a pretty high rate of psychopaths, sure. Streamers, maybe social media in general. But I think like CEOs, CIA, yeah, like a lot of jobs that need like no empathy. Where you just, like, fire people, kill people, and not care, like...
Working in dark alleyways, or cutting people up in basements, or chainsawing pretty young girls so you'd be safe in your smelly little office cubicle. You're wrong.
Blackjack dealers. Blackjack dealers. 7-card 21. Good luck next time. Reshuffle the cards. You flip a fucking 2 queens. 2 queens, perfect pair. You didn't bet it. 20, I'll stand. You go. They're flipping a 6. They flip 6, 5, 10, 21. Bet again. You got an ace, 8, 19. Stand. They flip a 4, or they have a 4. They flip 4, 3, 4, 11. Flip a 5. You go, oh shit, they got 16. Another 5, 21. Sorry, good. Better luck next time. Better luck next time.
They're far more likely to be in corner offices on live TV or running for re-election. Because while some careers reward empathy and compassion, others reward manipulation, power, and control. Let's quickly understand what a psychopath is, and then dive into jobs that attract the most psychopaths.
Making meme coins.
That's in the modern world. Psychopaths aren't just like the villains in movies. More often than not, they're high-functioning professionals living right next to us. Psychopathy is defined using the Hare psychopathy checklist, and it splits psycho traits into 2 major categories. We've got interpersonal and emotional traits, and we've got behavioral traits. Psychopaths have a major lack of empathy, absolutely no remorse, they're pathological liars, they're superficially charming, and they'll manipulate you in any way they can. They're also highly impulsive, thrill-seeking, irresponsible, often highly ambitious, and chronic rule breakers. In practical terms, a psychopath can fully understand what they're doing is harmful, they just don't care. Neuroscience studies back this up too, showing they're simply built different. Their amygdala, which processes empathy and fear, runs on low power mode. You put that kind of person into the workplace and what happens? You suddenly have a predator in an environment built for cooperation. They play office...
Well, they would still experience fear in some way, right? I never knew that psychopaths have a lower level of empathy and fear. But could you have the reverse? Like, who's the guy that climbs those towers? You know what I'm talking about. He free climbs towers in cities. What's that guy's name? Alex Honnold. Is Alex Honnold a psychopath? I don't know. Alex Honnold is a thrill seeker that has a low level of fear, but that doesn't mean that he has low empathy. He might just have like a fear disorder.
It's politics like it's life or death. They see colleagues as stepping stones, and they climb the ladder fast because they'll do things normal people simply won't. As Professor Babiak's research shows, certain careers act like magnets for psychopaths because they offer exactly what these people are looking for.
Dude, I can't escape Anton Chigurh. I'm serious. Ever since I've watched No Country for Old Men, I see Anton Chigurh every single day. Every single day, I see Anton Chigurh. He's like the most popular figure in my day-to-day life.
For status, power, and the...
Who is that? This guy. Anton Chigurh is a character in No Country for Old Men. He's a psychopath.
Because they offer exactly what these people are looking for. Status, power, and the ability to control others. So,
yeah, it's usually like higher power positions. That's why like CEOs are a higher percentage of psychopaths. They're not 80%. It's just like there's a higher... If psychopaths are 1 to 4% of the population, that's what he was saying. Like CEOs might be 20. 20% of CEOs are psychopaths. There's a higher concentration.
Are they? Psychopaths thrive in systems that reward the worst parts of them. So give them status, power, competition, and the ability to manipulate people, and they'll rise.
Well, control and leadership as well. Like, psychopaths are not inherently bad people if they control the bad aspects of their personalities, right? Like, that's one thing that needs to be said. Like, when you think of the term psychopath, you think of, like, serial killers and fucking American Psycho. Like, the average psychopath is a pretty normal guy. Like, he might be a dickhead CEO, but you're not in your head going, he's a psychopath. You're going, he's just kind of an asshole rich guy. Like, he's just like a dude on the street, you know? Like, I think we're, like, mapping it up as these psychopaths need power and control. It's like, no, realistically, they kind of just, like, control employees, push out other competition, step on people, low ball competition, right? Like, they do day-to-day shit that, like, feeds that, but it's not like, oh, they need to fire someone every day and fucking stomp out small businesses to have feeling.
To the top. We're going to dive into the 10 careers where you can statistically find the most amount of psychopaths. These rankings come from psychologist Dr. Kevin Dutton.
Number 1, plumbers.
Research into psychopathy in the work.
Just some random fucking job. I feel like if we're going through 10 of them, there's going to be one that I'm like, oh, really? Oh, really? Ooh, police officers. Yeah. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, police officers, cops, there's probably a higher percentage.
Place. If you'd like to read about it, check out his book, The Wisdom of Psychopaths, or watch his podcast with Chris Williamson. Now let's dive into the list. Do you want to take a guess at what number 10 is? 3 seconds. Ready?
Okay, well, see, here's what I'm pausing. Because number 10, like, I think I could guess jobs that are on the list. I think CEO's number 1. But, like, number 10, something that has, like, fractionally more psychopaths. Managers. Not a CEO. A manager. A manager of a local McDonald's. He's a power-hungry psychopath. He loves making you clock into your 9 to 5. He gives you the days that you don't want to work. He makes you come in.
You guessed it, priests and
That would have been the last guess. That would have been the last guess, right, priest?
Religious leaders. Just kidding. They're actually number 8 on the list.
Oh, fucking hell. What the Number 8 is priests? What?
We'll be diving into them a little later. First up, we've got civil servants. More specifically,
Really?
We're talking about those roles where they're like the fake police. Parking ticket officer, welfare case manager.
Just fiending on that fucking power, man. Oh, you're fucking 6 inches too close to a fire hydrant. Ticket.
Some fat, miserable, blue-haired bitch at the DMV.
Whoa.
That kind of role. Why do psychopaths like these roles? Supposedly 3 reasons.
Whoa,
1,
settle down.
rule-based power. So authority is baked into the job. 2, low transparency. Everything's hidden behind...
Side note, side conversation. That was a little crazy. I saw somebody say that in my Walking Dead playthrough, I'm like overly sexist and I use the term bitch too much. When when I use the term bitch, I don't mean women, right? I just say I use the term bitch in the same way that I use the term dick, Right. So it's like, when I say that, I don't want you to think, oh, I'm calling somebody a bitch because they're women. I'm just saying that you're being a bitch, right? You're being a bitch. You're being a dick, right? I use them interchangeably.
Bureaucratic curtains. And 3, diffused responsibility. No single person is blamable. These guys get to inflict hardship while experiencing zero emotional discomfort.
Or I'll go, bitch. They say somebody says something crazy. Bitch.
Because policy provides the moral cover. I'm not denying you.
I gotta rewind.
No single person is blamable. These guys get to inflict hardship while experiencing zero emotional discomfort because policy...
Oh, you're here for a new ID? Do you have your 6 points? Ooh, that's only 5. Well, I drove 30 minutes to get you. Ooh, you're gonna need your birth certificate. Sorry.
Policy provides the moral...
Adrenaline coursing through their body.
Cover. I'm not denying you healthcare. The system is denying you healthcare. Dr. Kevin Dutton describes this category as everyday authoritarianism. People who...
No, the DMV is really a dystopia. The DMV is like gray. They have those shitty hospital lights. It's just like 3 TV screens with like B22. Like you're playing bingo, but you're just sitting in a fucking shitty plastic chair waiting for your name to be called.
Enjoy enforcing structure, not because it helps society, but because it gives them dominance. In other words, psychopathy thrives in organizations where human suffering becomes just procedure. Anyways, on to number 9, which might surprise you quite a bit. Chefs. Not only are they idiot sandwich...
Head chefs. Yeah, Gordon Ramsay. I think Gordon Ramsay puts it on for show, though. But that's not that surprising. I feel like civil servants surprise me more than chefs. Yeah, that's not that crazy.
They are psychopaths.
My dad's a chef. Okay, but you got to keep in mind this video means the highest percentage of psychopaths. Just because your dad's a chef doesn't mean he's a psychopath. It just means there's like, 8% of chefs are psychopaths, which is higher than the average population.
Classic idiot sandwiches. Kitchen culture is brutal. High stress, long hours, sharp knives, and
the bear.
Fire everywhere. Chefs operate in an environment where perfection is expected and mistakes are punished instantly and aggressively. What kind of personality thrives in that kind of environment? The kind who doesn't crack under pressure, who can bark orders without caring who they offend. Someone who sees people as tools to get the dish out fast. I'm not saying Gordon Ramsay's a psychopath, but maybe his mentor Marco Pierre White might be.
No, I didn't make Gordon Ramsay cry. He made himself cry.
And now on to number 8. Priests and
I didn't make him cry, he made himself cry. Wow, holy term.
Religious leaders. In theory, these guys should be the most empathetic and compassionate in society, and a lot of them are. But research shows psychopathy often thrives wherever there's power without oversight, automatic trust, and access.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't have expected to say priests and religious leaders, but it's not shocking that a small percentage or a higher percentage of priests are psychopaths. Because it's like, if you're a priest, you could use your power in the worst possible way. Like, you have a following of people that, like, beckon to your call. Like, they literally follow you. Obviously, they follow God, but follow God through your word. Like, they go to your church. They listen to you preach. Like, you can mind meld them to whatever you want.
To vulnerable people, and religious roles often provide all 3. Kevin Dutton's pointed out that spiritual authority can often become psychological authority, and some individuals exploit that. Honestly, if you want the perfect example of a crazy psychopath within religion, look no further than Kenneth Copeland.
Oh my God, that motherfucker, dude. Well, the jet was so cheap, I had to buy it. Don't you say that to me, you devil worshiper. Oh my God. It's like, dude, you own like fucking 9 mansions. What happened to being like frugal? You know, what happened to, it's like he literally preaches the exact opposite of what he practices. That's the thing, though. It's like, even though I'm not religious, I feel like me as a non-religious person and religious people all agree that like televangelists that just make millions of dollars and spend it on anything are like literally practicing the exact opposite of what they're saying. It's like so weird. Like, have you seen that one televangelist brag about his mansion he was preaching and he was bragging about his mansion for like 5 minutes. He's just like, yeah, I got like 9 bedrooms. And he's like, I say it's like my humble abode. He like calls it some weird term. It's like the house of dreams. I'm like, why are you calling it that? It's so weird.
COVID-19! COVID-19!
Net worth in the hundreds of millions of dollars, straight up demonic eyes.
That video is so creepy.
And supposedly spends disaster relief funds on repairs to his own private jet.
It's easier for a camel to go through the eye of the needle
than for a rich man to enter into the kingdom of God.
Well, see you in hell, Kenny boy. Now on to number 7. The idiots we have running our countries. Politicians. Surprised?
No, not at all. I think that was like that's like the most obvious one.
Yeah, me neither. If you take the traits of a psychopath, manipulation, charm, deceit, total lack of empathy, power, status, and zero accountability, and then you build a job description around it, you'd end up with Member of Parliament. In my video about Congress, we touched on how a massive part of their job is campaigning. Well, campaigning is basically just straight up manipulation. You lie to win affection, you make promises.
Every politician, bro. I'm gonna do this. They don't do that.
You'll never keep.
I'm gonna do that. Are you tired of this? Yes. Well, I'll change it. They don't change it.
You convince people that you alone can fix the mess you helped create. Remember when Trump said he was going to release the Epstein files no matter what, and it was a massive part of his campaign? How'd that one work out for us? In a 2014 study out of Oxford, nearly 1 in 8 politicians displayed clinically significant psychopathic traits. In the general population, it's somewhere between 1 in 100 to 1 in 25.
I feel like it's higher in politicians, but it's like a toss of a coin, man. It's like so hard. Like they're like using the thing again. They're like mimics, right? Like a psychopath in like a political area is just mimicking everyone else, but you have no idea whether or not they actually have emotions. Like they're just acting like they do.
Politics, it's 1 in 8.
Because there are, like, it's impossible to say all politicians are shitty, because there are good politicians. I just think a lot of politicians that get into power end up being psychopaths because they're the most successful.
Perhaps power doesn't actually corrupt. Maybe it attracts the already corrupted. Now on to number 6, media and TV personalities. Fake, 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 fake. They're all playing characters. And it
yeah, they're playing characters, but are they psychopaths? I don't know. Like, I don't think Jimmy Fallon's a psychopath. I think if you look at, like, old videos of Jimmy Fallon, he's just, like, wholesome. I think now he's, like, annoyingly happy. And it's like, you tell him about anything, he's like, oh, really? Oh, really? It rained the other day. Oh, wow. Really? It's just like, okay, man. It's... Like, he has the worst job ever. I like, actually being Jimmy Fallon and having to act like you love every story and every person is just, like, painstakingly shitty. Like, I can't get over that. You watch a Jimmy Fallon interview, he's like, oh, my God. So me and my friend went to McDonald's the other day. And how was it? You have me on my toes here. You have me on my toes here. Was it great? What'd you get? Oh, a Big Mac? Was it the Big Arch? Did you like it? It's just, dude, I just can't.
Works because they're so emotionally detached, they really couldn't give a shit. See, when you're rewarded for attention rather than accuracy...
Oh, do you think rappers would make the list? I don't know. I feel like you have to be, like, emotionally in touch to be a rapper. Like, in some way. Even if you're demented, it's like you have emotions. King Von? Yeah, but King Von... Yeah, but King Von had emotions. I think he was, like... a very aggressive individual. But psychopaths can be aggressive. They just don't have empathy.
Empathy becomes a major liability. Television rewards narcissism. Do I care more about the truth of the matter or about what will cause more outrage and get more clicks? Kevin Dutton said it best. Psychopaths are social predators who charm, manipulate, and ruthlessly plow their way through life. So naturally, when you put these people behind a camera, they don't debate, they hunt. Take Jordan Peterson's interview with this bitch whose name I couldn't be bothered learning. He went there under the guise of having a friendly, cordial discussion about his new book. She ends up trying to tear him a new asshole, very unsuccessfully might I add, and saying to him minutes before going live, this will be quite the war. Sick, twisted, attention-hungry people. The more outrage they cause, the more views. And the more views, the more validation for people who feel nothing inside. Speaking of what's on the inside, number 5 is actually surgeons. The superheroes of the psychopaths. You need to realize, throughout medical school, these guys are trained to...
How Wawa is beating fast food companies at their own game. Before we even get into this chat, who knows what Wawa is? Who knows what Wawa is? If you don't, it's basically 7-Eleven, but better. It's a superstore gas station. I would say the equivalent of a Wawa. Wawa's like northeast/east. I would say for like southern people, Buc-ee's. Buc-ee's a lot larger, but people perceive Buc-ee's as the same way that people in the Northeast perceive Wawa. A very loved store, right? All the athletes, you know, get sponsored by Wawa. Most Eagles players are sponsored by Wawa. Not most, but a lot.
Steak shorty.
My bag. Hello, would you like to try a sample? How are you today, sir? Do you have a rewards card today?
It's
sample. They ain't ever dealing out samples in Wawa. That was straight for the video, bro. That pissed me off. There was never somebody Kim outside of fucking Wawa handing out samplers.
Would you like to try a sample?
Never.
How are you today, sir? Do you have a rewards card today?
It's 10 a.m. on a Monday, and we're at a Wawa, one of America's largest convenience store chains, right outside of Philadelphia.
8:30. Have a great day.
Gobbler's back.
And you're stuck behind the guy that's getting 9 packs of cigarettes.
Yeah, let me get one of those. Let me get one of those Camel Crushes on the top left. Yeah. Do you have any of that? Do you have any of that Red Man chew? Oh yeah, I'll get one of those. Yep.
Then he pulls out a wad of cash, but it's unorganized. That's a casual experience at Wawa. Pulls out a fucking wad of cash. It's just like, it was just in his pocket. It wasn't even in his wallet. Just fucking,
yeah, let me just rummage through here.
Just pulling out fucking a $5 bill, a 20, a 10, a 50. He just has it all.
Today's the first day of the Gobbler.
Oh, don't get me started about, I'm a Gobbler hater. Dude, the Gobbler is this, if you don't know, okay, see, I'm talking about this like people know what this is. The Wawa Gobbler is this big promo they have at this store, like, for a month straight. And they're like, dude, come get the Gobbler at Wawa. And they get, like, Saquon Barkley and Jalen Hurts to be like eating the Gobbler. Yo, it's fucking disgusting. It's an entire Thanksgiving meal in one sandwich.
It's limited time offers inspired by Thanksgiving. Food has helped Wawa build a
yuck
fiercely loyal fan base, what some call a cult-like.
Now that's a little extreme. Getting a Wawa tattoo? Oh no.
I love Wawa. I don't even get gas. I get food.
I love their products.
That is a lot of people. They're phasing those out, but they used to have, it used to be like a 7-Eleven where you could just get food, but now most Wawas are also gas stations. Patrick Welsh, Wawa customer.
Their sandwiches, their coffee.
I love their sandwiches. They even have some cool selections for drinks. It's really just a great old time.
Any cult following starts with each customer, each visit, each transaction.
Hey, Chris Geisens. He spoke at my high school.
Turning in it.
Hey, Chris Geisens. Rock on. CEO of Wawa.
To something more than it should be. We have 5 minutes with our customers. Make it the best 5 minutes of their day.
Have a nice day.
Thank you.
Expansion has been rapid. Revenue has more than doubled. And it's
a little stagnated here. Uh-oh. That worries me. Wawa, what the fuck?
And it's
we need to be on the up and up. We got to spread worldwide. We're making a monopoly here, Wawa. What are we fucking doing? We're at 18.9 billion, 18.8. That's bad.
Revenue has more than doubled, and its workforce has grown by nearly 90% over the past decade. But competition is fierce.
Yeah, half of those people are New Jersey gas attendants.
But competition is fierce. Convenience store chains are perfecting food, and fast food chains are expanding options and offering value deals and more customization.
You're gonna see
dude, the order screen at Wawa is like the perfect UI. Chat, you have never, if you're ever in a state that has a Wawa, go there. It's not gonna be some mind-boggling experience. I'm not gonna sit here and say like your life's gonna change, you know? But if you go to a Wawa, you're gonna leave that and be like, wow, that would be like really nice to have. You know, open 24/7, they always have like a bunch of meal options. It's like a million fast food places in one. You could get salads, hoagies, sandwiches, soup, mac and cheese, hot dogs, milkshakes, smoothies, re-energy fucking like juices. It's like, dude, it's fucking espresso, cold brew. You can fucking get anything at a fucking Wawa. Whole pizza you get at fucking Wawa, you know? Lotto tickets, Zins. Maybe heroin in the back, but they're not associated. It'd be another guy. Gamer Sups. Try it. Code BART. 10% off. Free shipping. Free sample pack at checkout. You could get cups. Powdered tubs. Or cans. Link in description. Bye.
Continued expansion of high quality food service in the convenience industry. And if anything, the quick service restaurants better watch out, because if you can get better food faster at a gas station, that kind of changes everything.
But with an estimated $18.8 billion in annual revenue and nearly 1,200 stores, Wawa is holding its own against public players like 7-Eleven and Casey's.
Yo, fuck Casey's! Yo, fuck Casey's for the motherfucker! Yo! Earlier before this stream started, or earlier before this video started, some motherfucker in my chat was like, oh, Casey's is better than all of them. Yo, 2,800 stores, 15.9 billion in revenue. 1,100 stores, 18.8 billion in revenue. Which one's more successful? Honestly, if you crunch the numbers too, I'm pretty sure Wawa's even doing better than 7-Eleven. Per Wawa is making more money. How many stores do you have? 0.
So can it keep up the momentum?
What a fucking awkward intro. God, a millennial pause.
Just 2 miles away, at Wawa's headquarters, the Innovation Center is testing new hoagies, or subs.
Bro, they're hiring people. What is that? See, no, that's something I'm going to complain about, is I love their options, but they also have a lot of fucking weird shit that no one orders. Like, because they just have a million. Okay, so they have fucking 300 ingredients, and they go, we're just going to make 85 different things that have these ingredients in them. So then they just hire people to like come up with these weird ideas. Stop having that shit. Just have everything be custom and let me put it on it. Stop. This is something I'm going to complain about. They came out with this panini sandwich. It's a panini with turkey, cheese, garlic sauce, honey hot sauce, and mac and cheese. It's amazing, okay? I have a few things I would like to change. All right? I'm going to order it, but I have a few things I'd like to change. When I go to custom panini, I'm not allowed to add the mac and cheese on the custom panini. And that pisses me off. That fucking grinds my gears, okay? See, so now, hey, Chris Geisens, if you're watching this fucking video, hey, pal, maybe change that. Maybe make it so I can put mac and cheese on my fucking panini without having to order the fucking specialty sandwich that they fucking want me to order.
Sauces, coffees, and smoothies.
So this is...
Yeah, I got 98 fucking flavors of smoothies, dude.
Second round of samples?
I got dragon fruit. Some shit you've never even heard of. You've heard of dragon fruit. They have other weird shit.
We send back out several concepts to our Wingmates panel.
Aside from the dozens of fresh...
Oh my God, right there, dude. That's like heaven. Yo, you click one, it expands to like 9 different options, and you can just be tapping that shit. Like, just searching that shit. It's amazing.
Aside from the dozens of fresh food and beverage options available to customers in-store, Wawa offers 15 limited-time items every year. The Gobbler, around Thanksgiving...
Nobody fucking eats the Gobbler, bro. I need to see the numbers on this shit. I don't know anybody that's ordered the Gobbler. Everybody in New Jersey goes to fucking Wawa. I don't know a single person that eats the Gobbler. I do? Okay, Zod does, bruh. Zod eats the Gobbler. You've craved that. You've been like, damn, the Gobbler's back. A sandwich with mashed potatoes, turkey, gravy, and cranberry sauce. Oh, it's dripping too.
Year. The Gobbler, around Thanksgiving, is its most popular. Coffee is a big deal.
What's another fucking specialty sandwich that Wawa has seasonally that's popular? They have Hoagie Fest. And Hoagie Fest is like the fucking... Dude, when I see Hoagie Fest, all of the sandwiches, I'm pretty sure, are the same fucking price. So if you get a 6-inch or a 12-inch, they're the same price. So when I see a motherfucker on Hoagie Fest, or it's like $4 and $5. No, it's like, if you get a 6-inch hoagie, say it's like $4. Regularly, the 12-inch would be like $8 or like $10. But a Hoagie Fest is like $4 and $5. Just get the fucking bigger one. But I see people get the 6-inch hoagie. What are you fucking doing? You're just wasting money.
Already 9 variations at its stores.
We used to have.
Some people are health conscious. It's a 12-inch hoagie, brother. Cut that bitch in half. Oh, Chris Geisens, lock in.
Different third parties, Dunkin' or Pizza Hut was part of our offer here. And customers said to us, we trust you, we trust your food, we trust the brand you are. And so now every product we sell here that's food or fresh beverages or Wawa branded.
I think it offers a nice tart flavor.
All right, I'm gonna get some slurpant.
A focus on food is...
All right, we're getting a little snobbish with the science here for the Wawa. I mean, dude, the people that are getting the coffee are pulling up at 4 a.m. They're truckers.
It's paying off. Customers who shop at both Wawa and quick service chains Burger King, Wendy's, or Starbucks have been shopping more frequently with Wawa than with the others since 2023. And breakfast is the clear winner. Morning meal traffic increased by 5% at food-forward convenience stores like Wawa, while QSRs only increased by 1% in August 2025.
The big thing Wawa figured out is if you look at all of the negatives that were historically associated with the gas station industry, the bathrooms, maybe the last resort food, Wawa flipped all of that and decided to turn those into positives.
Wawa's customers...
They don't like crackheads in the bathroom. I mean, like, what the fuck are we, dude? Like, that's what they're trying to flip those into positives. So, you know, the things that normally are not perceived, that's what they do, bro. The bathrooms are clean because they have locks on them. At ones of high traffic areas, like, dude, they just don't like why would you? I'm not saying, bro, I'm not gonna have a take here. I'm saying the bathrooms are cleaner because they have janitors that take care of them and they don't let like homeless people roam the stores.
Customer base is also increasing. While at competitors 7-Eleven, Circle K, and Sheetz, it's shrinking.
People know each other by name. People create this warm environment. That, I think, is somehow the secret sauce.
Chris Geisens, king of parasociality. Chris Geisens, making you fall in love with the guy, with Roger, that makes your hoagie at 3 p.m.
What creates if there is a cult-like following.
Up, next person. Yep. Come on.
And it starts with its employees.
Dude, Dan's gonna be whipping up my mac and cheese at 3 a.m.
They own nearly 40% of the company.
When you're an owner, you're just vested a little bit more. There's a higher level of commitment. Our most loyal customers, they're here 3, 4, 5, 10 times a week. You get to know them by name. You get to know their family. You get to know what's happening.
10 times a week? Actually, no, never mind. They go every morning, and then they go 3 times for, like, dinner.
And that connection, it's not really an expected thing in training. It happens because of culture.
I'm gonna have a chat. We're never gonna know. This is gonna be like a Schrodinger's cat. Is there any liquid in that coffee cup? Is there any liquid in that coffee cup? Or is he just holding that? Like, for the video. It's a prop? That's what I'm thinking. I don't know. Let's analyze his hand movement. I feel like...
It's not really an expected thing in training. It happens because of culture.
No, it looks like it's got some weight to it.
Tell her I said hi too.
I will.
Tell her get better soon.
Never had that happen. Never had that happen at a Wawa. Maybe it's because I don't open up to them. They always try to talk to me and I just ignore them. I don't ignore them, but if I go to a Wawa, they'll be like, "How's your day?" I'll be like, "Good." One word answer. Good. How about you? Awesome. Thanks, man. Have a good day. You too. Bye. I don't know, man. I don't want to fucking talk, bro, because I'm not trying to have a fuck-ass conversation, man. I'm just trying to leave. You know what I mean? Like, I'm trying to get in, get out, get the food. They're nice. I'm not upset. I'm not rude to them, chat. I'm just like, I'm not going to continue the conversation. What about the community? Damn, maybe Roger's been thinking about my well-being so much. Fuck, dude. Maybe Roger's been thinking about me too much. Thinking about him right now, wearing that black Wawa hat. Probably in an apron right now, cooking up a hoagie. Maybe panini pressing something. You think he's thinking about me? I'm thinking about him.
Wawa began as an iron foundry in New Jersey in 1803, before shifting to a dairy business in Pennsylvania nearly a century later. As home delivery declined,
Wawa started as a dairy business.
Company pivoted again, opening the first Wawa food market in the 1960s.
When you think of convenience stores, of the 154,000 about in the United States, many were born out of major oil companies. Some were born out of the dairy heritage. It just gave us, I think, a little bit of a leg up on food to begin with.
In the following decades, Wawa grew slowly in its home market.
This has soured my opinion of Wawa. This has soured my opinion slightly, very fractionally. It's starting out as Big Milk. I still love Wawa because they don't push the milk on you. That would annoy me. If they pushed the milk on me, I would be annoyed. But they don't do that. You know, I'll get a milkshake at Wawa here and there, but they're not like, they don't got like no big milk sign or being like, buy Wawa milk. They do sell milk at Wawa though.
To Philadelphia.
Their unbranded milk.
In South Jersey, and built a significant presence across 3 other East Coast states, plus Washington, D.C.
They got way more stores than this. They're not just in these states.
It doubled down on convenience.
Or is this just like where they spread initially?
Becoming a 24/7 operation in the 70s, at a time when most retailers closed early, and offering surcharge-free ATMs, free air for tires.
Always hit up a Wawa ATM before I go gambling. Always.
And finally, fuel in the 90s. It debuted in Florida in 2012. As of 2024,
no surcharge ATM? No $6 charge?
State holds more Wawas than any other.
Wawa has become synonymous with Florida, heading out to the Midwest. We had a lot of research, we knew the customers, we'd done all the homework, and the lines around those stores and the opening excitement was palpable. And those stores have performed almost as well as core market stores coming out of the gate.
But the convenience store business is getting more competitive as the industry has consolidated.
I mean, it's the same thing as like Bucky. I think Bucky's is bigger. Bucky's is definitely bigger, right? Bro, motherfuckers wear Bucky's shirts. Nobody wears Wawa shirts. Like, I'm not wearing Wawa fits. But, like, dude, I'll see somebody in public wearing, like, a big-ass Bucky's logo. We wear Wawa fits. I never have. I do, Joe. Where are you getting a Wawa shirt?
2022, Wawa has been focused on an aggressive expansion plan.
And is it Wawa because that's the sound a goose makes? I think. Well, wah, wah. I think, right? I think it's Wawa. Why is it called Wawa? Wah, 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 wah. How does a goose sound? Wawa is named after the town of Wawa, Pennsylvania, where its first dairy farm and corporate headquarters were located. The town name comes from the Ojibwe Native American word for the Canadian goose. Okay, so it is after the goose, but it's after the town.
Without mergers or acquisitions, growing from 6 to 12 states. And its annual revenue rose by $4 billion in that time frame. Store count has grown more
than... Are you reading off Google AI? Yes.
...than 50% over the past decade. The goal is 1,700 locations by 2030.
Doing that gives us the best chance of success long term. It's a little more challenging. Sure, M&A might open more doors and more growth for us, but it's never been for us to be the biggest. It's trying to be the best.
As opposed to other competitors like...
Great PR response, Chris.
Casey's, which focuses on rural America.
Great PR response, Mr. Geisens.
Wawa is in urban areas.
I love that.
The company serves nearly 1 billion customers per year.
It's not about being the biggest. It's about being friendly with you guys. It's not about being the biggest. It's about, you know, touching the hearts of the people that we serve. Like Roger. How he makes your pan press panini so well. You should go see Roger right now.
Customer traffic growth of 3%.
Tell him about your day. He definitely cares about your day.
Since 2015. Though Wawa has been methodical about where and when to expand, scaling is still risky. Quality and customer service must be maintained, or the company risks damaging its reputation.
Anytime a company starts to expand...
They got those dogs, bro. Wawa ain't got them. Dude, they're just sweating. That's how... Wawa don't got the rollers. They make the dogs. They got like a mini fridge heater, and they put them in there, and you take it out, and the bun's just fucking ripping hot. Just sweating. Just in the container. Just waiting for somebody to come eat it.
Far outside of its region in this industry, there is going to be that challenge of how do I maintain the customer experience that I'm known for.
Yo, are these guys' headphones like made out of copper wire? What's going on here?
With Wawa's heavy emphasis on fresh food, maintaining a strong supply chain is imperative. Even so, the company must rely on third-party suppliers to deliver product, which poses operational vulnerabilities. Competitor Casey's, on the other hand, has full control over its supply chain as it owns and operates both distribution centers and a transportation fleet. Competition is tight. Convenience stores are challenged by other convenience stores, fast food chains, and now grocery stores that offer pickup and delivery, undermining the convenience factor. As Wawa expands into—
Yo, Aldi is the worst grocery store in the fucking world, and I'm gonna stand on that fucking take. Every Aldi I've ever been to is like 9 items. You pull up, bro, and they are— if you have a grocery list of 30 things, they'll have 20 of them. And like, I want to one-stop shop, brother. One-stop shop. Maybe it's the Aldis that I pulled up to, but every Aldi I go to, bro, like you can see over the aisles. It's just fucking dog shit.
It will come up against those regions' own local convenience store favorites, like United Dairy Farmers in Indiana, Twice Daily in Tennessee, and Travel Center Buc-ee's in the South.
They're going to bump up against some people who've really locked
What do they sell at Buc-ee's? Is Buc-ee's like a Costco? Like, what is a Buc-ee's?
People who've really locked down certain regions.
Everything. So they're like a Walmart.
And cut their teeth and sort of made a name for themselves, innovating on their own terms. And I don't know if anyone knows how this is going to shake out, to be quite honest.
The company has also had a few misses, like its—
they don't do wholesale.
Pizza in 2023, which is still getting negative reviews. Or the—
I'm not a big fan of their pizza, I gotta say. I don't really get a Wawa pizza. I do get a Wawa pizza when I have enough points saved up to get a Wawa pizza for free.
Drive-through concept it piloted in 2020. Those stores didn't offer customization, and you couldn't go inside. Wawa is still figuring out how to adapt the system.
If we don't have misses, we're not trying hard enough, and we do, certainly. So in the last few years, we launched a drive-through only store concept. We've tried 3 of them. They have come and mostly all gone, but from a great failure, you learn. So now with our—
yeah, I don't know. I think the idea of a drive-through Wawa is kind of dumb. Just because there's too many options that you could order on screen that it's more inefficient than if you just walked into the store.
Our mobile app, we've given customers the ability to order whatever they want.
Oh, somebody redeemed Scream?
High inflation poses a major risk. Between 2019 and 2025, Wawa raised prices by about 22%, aligning with most competitors. And as Americans respond by pulling back spending, value meals have made a comeback, including at convenience stores.
You have to confront a company that has a well-oiled model that's been pressure tested in aggressive, tough markets, and they're going to come in and build state-of-the-art, new-to-industry stores, have all the modern amenities, and then on top of that, they're going to go in and hire really great employees, and they're going to pay them fairly. And yeah, that's a tough model to compete against.
We have to pay attention to McDonald's for sure, and we want to deliver more value.
I have heard that Wawa pays people well, but it's also a pretty grueling job if you're working like the night shift and you're just cranking out or like the morning and you're cranking out sandwiches.
Better quality at a better price, and you can have even better service. That's been the formula for us to take share, to win share, and will continue to be. We have a broader set of menu, and it allows us to innovate in ways with different products that maybe a QSR quite can't.
Yeah, I feel like it just feels like you're going to like a fast casual restaurant more than anything. That's why Wawa does well. It's because it's not like 7-Eleven where everything's like pre-made. Like they make it in front of you, which is nice. It's kind of like you're at like a deli. All right, next video. I gotta piss real quick. Why aren't actors ugly anymore?
We came, we saw, we kicked its ass.
Bill Murray was 33 when he shot Ghostbusters.
That's right, boys.
And I gotta say, Bill Murray is an unconventionally attractive man. Before we get into why aren't actors ugly anymore, I'm gonna do a bit of Bill Murray glaze here. I don't think Bill Murray's ugly. I think Bill Murray is a black pill 4, right? Sub 5. But I think the way he puts himself on is like an 8. You know who's really attractive? And I always glaze this guy. From the Fallout show, Walton Goggins. I think Walton Goggins is one of the few men that can rock the horrible hairline. And he is also, I think Walton Goggins is like a 9. Like, Walton Goggins is a very attractive man, but he's unconventionally attractive. He has a very bad hairline, and he doesn't really, I think it's like his facial symmetry is very nice. He has a good bone structure. Now I'm glazing.
This is what actors in their 30s and 40s look like. But something has changed since then, because actors that age...
Facial surgery and Botox. Large-scale facial surgery from the Hollywood's greatest to try and keep themselves looking the same that they did in their 20s. To where when they're like 50, they start looking like dolls. And it's scary. Like, I love a man in Hollywood that owns the wrinkles, you know? Like, owns the wrinkles. There's a lot of older women in Hollywood that do it. And I think a lot of women in Hollywood don't go overboard. I think a lot of women in Hollywood get like base Botox to kind of like get rid of like the crow's feet. But like, I'm never going to judge what people want to do with their face. And this is kind of me, it's sounding like I'm judging. But like, Ryan Gosling does a lot. He has a lot of, I don't know if this image is edited, but like his face is more puffy from what he's done. You know, like, I still think he looks great, but it's like there becomes a point where it's like, okay, you look like a 50-year-old that's making themselves try to look 30 versus like, I think you can look great as an aging man or woman, right? Who's like an older actor that doesn't do Botox or like facial surgery stuff? Like, maybe like Ashton Kutcher, but he's also not that old. Jack Black. Jack Black was never... I'm more talking about, like, guys that were considerable heartthrobs, you know? Like, people that were, like, you know, praised for their attractiveness. Whereas, like, Jack Black, I think he's obviously great-looking man. Stunning. Stunning. Has cheetah eyes. But, you know, he was never praised for his attractiveness. He was praised for his acting abilities, his singing... how, like, cool he was. William Dafoe. Yeah. William Dafoe does it well, too. Yeah. Like, I think he looks good. I know he's old, but he looks like, it's like, I fuck with that, you know? Like, dude, that was like the uncanny shit was that Dunkin' commercial. Can we watch that real quick? And then we'll get back into it. Like, I know they CGI de-aged everybody, but it was fucking creepy. But, like, they made all of them, oh, my God, like Joey, what is his name? Not Joey Tribbiani. Well, that's who he plays, but I always forget his actor's name. Dude, that's creepy. No, the worst one is Jennifer Aniston. They make Jennifer Aniston look scary. When she shows up, bro. Like, she looks like a doll. The way they CGI her face. Oh my God. It's just, I think that's one of the reasons why actors aren't ugly anymore. But like, it's also just this obsession with looks on social media, especially short form media now, where I think a lot of people that get opportunities, it's like the foot in the door is no longer the acting ability, it's the look. I think Hollywood is so much more now about like, we want a guy that's going to look good, right? But it gets unrealistic. You know what I mean? Like, now we have, like, Timothée Chalamet. I'm not saying he has this, but, like, Timothée Chalamet did Marty Supreme. I think he did a great job. You know, blah, blah, blah. The promotion was awesome, right? But, like, you could have, like, Timothée Chalamet playing a regular New York taxi driver. Totally unrealistic. Totally unrealistic. Let's get a guy that actually looks like a fucking New York City taxi driver, okay? Let's get a regular guy off the street and fucking cast him. Why are we trying to make people... Why are we fitting these, like, 10 out of 10 actors... in terms of attractiveness to like just like an average role? We're like, yeah, this guy's definitely gonna just be flipping bergs. No.
Today don't look like this anymore.
I lost my hand!
They look like this. Or like this. Actors today...
Yeah, 35? What the fuck?
Today need to have great hair, perfect skin, and be in flawless shape. They don't look like regular people anymore. They look like supermodels. This isn't every single actor.
No, they look like supermodels, and then there's like this weird diverging role, right? It's like older movies from like 2010 and before. You had people that were really attractive. You had the average looking guy or woman. And then you have like people that get cast in ugly roles, right? Like they did it a lot in Disney. They did a lot in Nickelodeon. They do it a lot in like comedy movies where like they literally cast somebody to be the ugly guy. Now it's like really attractive people, average extras, and then ugly people as roles. I always wonder that too. I'm like, that sucks to be cast as like the fat guy in a role. I always wonder if that upsets them, you know? Because there's so many movies where it's like they literally cast you as the ugly fat guy. But that's your role. Like, you're not a main character. You're just like a side scene for 5 minutes where it's like, oh, look how ugly and fat this guy is. And then they move on.
But it's clear there's been an overall change in how A-list performers look. And it's also how they're shown to the camera, like in low lighting and with more vibrant colours. They're surrounded by other people, and on an actual set, rather than a green screen.
Everything's under control, situation normal.
You're probably going to say this is because of a wider trend of movies looking bland and flat nowadays, and things like bad lighting, dull colours, and the Netflixy look make basically everything in modern movies look worse. And also, we can't ignore cosmetic surgery.
As my plastic surgeon always said.
But if you look at movies from before the millennia, it's hard to deny that the actors looked more like regular people.
Keep it still back there, lady, or else we're gonna have to shoot you.
I feel like maybe, do you think that it's also just the lack of average-looking people getting into acting? Because all the people that I know now in social media and just also in my life that get into acting are like 8 out of 10 or higher. I think like so many people that love theater and want to get into acting are like shunned at a young age because they don't fit like this beauty standard, even if the skills are there.
Okay, so the word ugly is a bit harsh, and I'm not trying to objectify.
Yeah, no, I don't think ugly. It's like that people in Hollywood don't look real. Like, am I crazy to say there's an uncanny level of attractiveness where somebody is so good looking that it's actually a turnoff? Like, you don't look real. It's that good. And it's like, okay, no, like you look like a doll, like actually like a doll. Like they've sculpted you.
Or body shame anyone. Most people who are cast in movies aren't unpleasant to look at. I just mean that they have bodies and faces that practically belong to a normal person without the aid of personal trainers, dietitians, and plastic surgeons. They look like normal everyday people you could see walking down the street.
I need a man who has powerful friends.
Bruce Willis, Bill Murray, and Jack Nicholson aren't bad-looking guys, but they have a sort of everyman appeal that we just don't see in today's.
Yeah, you would walk past them on the street and not bat an eye.
Stars.
Saw it on the television.
And I love that because I think that brings you into the movie, you know? When it's just like a regular handyman that becomes this agent or something, and he's like a 10 out of 10. I'm like, bro, the average roofer that I hire to do a job is not going to look like fucking Brad Pitt, right? He's going to be a big gut, blue collar man that's going to fucking staple some paddings to my roof, you know? He's going to look like an everyday guy I walk past on the street.
Big part of this is that today, people just generally look younger.
Physical. Clean.
Hey. I think people look younger. I think people get work to look younger. And I also think the average person today is better looking too. Can I say that? I think like every generation looks better than the generation before it. Maybe that's also a fashion thing. Like if I look back at like pictures of 30-year-olds in the 1950s, they look weird to me because they're wearing like fucking clothing that isn't in style anymore. Isn't that the point of evolution? Yeah, like natural selection to a degree. But I also think people are better at holding themselves and like, you know, making themselves look the best that their potential enables them to.
26.
There's a great Vsauce video from a few years ago that goes into this in more detail. Essentially,
we watched that. That was a really good video too. That people look older.
In more detail. Essentially, the clothes and overall style has changed, and combined with better medical care, nutrition, and less smoking, people are healthier and better looking.
I guess I started smoking when I was about 4.
How healthier is a debatable question.
So here's a few age comparisons that highlight this in action.
My mom was already dead from lung cancer.
Gene Hackman is 44 here. Actors in their mid-40s today look like this.
Are we soulmates?
Or like this.
And that's nuts, man. Like, I know for a fact in my mid-40s, I'm not going to look like that. I'm going to look so much worse. Like, it is unreal, dude. He looks 32. Like, how old would you say, genuinely speaking, chat, how old would you say Chris Evans looks there? 34 tops. Mid-young 30s.
Or like this.
Oh, 39.
There's quite a big difference.
Just a little slap.
Sylvester Stallone was 30 when he first shot Rocky.
Look at his face.
A comparable actor today would be Timothée Chalamet at 29.
You young pup.
But they play very different types of characters. If we want to be fair, let's compare two all-American action stars.
Drop it, dickhead.
Glenn Powell, 35 in Twisters, and Bruce Willis, 33 in Die Hard.
Bro, Glenn Powell will still play the young love interest in like a 2026 rom-com. They were not casting 35-year-olds to do that 20 years ago.
Robert Pattinson was 35 when he played Batman, and Michael Keaton was only 2 years older.
Bruce Wayne.
Are you sure?
But Keaton has visible lines around his mouth, his hair has receded a bit, and he has a subtle 5 o'clock shadow that doesn't feel purposeful. But Pattinson, even though dressed up to look sleep-deprived and reclusive, has a chiseled jaw and perfect skin. Overall, he looks a lot younger.
That's interesting.
But there's something more at play than actors simply looking older in the past.
Frank, they're not here for you.
Do you think it's the makeup too? They still were doing crazy makeup in the 90s. Like, that can't be what it is. They're not making them look younger in the film.
It's the kind of faces that have changed too.
Weird Al Yankovic is on the plane.
It's the everyman look, receding curly hair or imperfect skin. And it's because of these distinct features that characters had a stronger sense of personality just by looking at them.
Do you have any hobbies?
I collect spores, molds, and fungus.
But before we continue, let's take a moment to thank today's sponsor.
Dude, I gotta rewatch all the Ghostbusters films. I think that it's ugly people trying to get into acting and then they never make it because they look bad. But they don't look bad. It's like there's so many roles in acting that need to be filled, right? There's so many people going into acting. It's like this bottleneck effect where there's like, 10 roles but 100 people applying. But even then, it's not like, oh, it's because they don't fit the bill. Like, there's so many average people that need to get cast for roles, but it's just like they're picking like 10s now for fucking main characters.
In the opening of Once Upon a Time in the West, we
top 10 worst years in human history.
Around for roughly 200,000 years. And honestly, most...
Let me guess a few of them. Something with the Black Plague. World War II when the bombs dropped. In human history, I was going to say in history, probably when the meteor hit the dinosaurs. Humans weren't around then. 2008. Why? The housing market crash? Y2K when the world didn't end.
That time was spent dying in pools of our own diarrhea.
2020. I don't think like COVID years are top 10 worst years in human history. Yeah, Holocaust. That's why I said World War II.
So when you think of the worst years in human history, it's basically all of them. But that would be a boring video. So let's be prisoners of the moment and allow recency bias to cloud our analysis as we rank the top 10 worst years to be alive in human history. Number 10, 1918. This year kicks off with a
I feel like that was a pretty fire year now. Wasn't that right before the Roaring 20s? Roaring 20s was like a great time to fucking like be a middle-class American.
little something called the Spanish flu.
Unless you were black or a woman or a minority or a non-white man or disabled. Okay, so maybe it wasn't a great time to be alive during the 1920s.
Surprisingly, this flu wasn't
or gay. Yeah, okay.
Actually from Spain, but it was still no bueno. Exact numbers for the death toll are kind of hard to pin down.
Oh, Spanish flu.
But estimates range from 20 to 50 million human deaths globally. The Spanish flu was
50 million deaths. How many people died from COVID? 7.1 million. Wow. So Spanish flu was like 6 times that? No, 7 point something times.
Particularly deadly for 2 reasons. 1, it was a brand new strain of the flu. And 2, the conditions of the Great War made it so much easier for the disease to spread. Soldiers returning home brought the flu with them, infecting people in remote areas who had no immunity to the virus. What was extra special about the Spanish flu was that it was unusually deadly for young adults compared to other flu viruses of the time, leading to a significantly higher death toll. This disease...
Chat, if you got the Spanish flu, do you think you would eat that shit? I think I got a pretty weak immune system when it comes to, like, big illnesses. I had COVID twice, and I was fine. But that was COVID. Spanish flu, like, part of me, okay, I would never want it, but part of me is like, would I die with the Black Plague? Yeah. Yeah. No modern medicine, right? Like, let's say you get the Spanish flu, but you're not allowed to take, like, Advil, Tylenol, nothing. Like, you're just you're ripping it. You know, like, you're lasting that shit out. It's wraps. Most of us are dying.
Was terrifying for doctors.
Black Plague has to be on this. The Black Plague was so bad that people thought it was an evil that brought the end of the world, bro. That many people fucking died. There were bodies in the streets, piles of dead people. When the Black Plague was like the devil himself coming back to Earth, bro. Like a third, it was a third of Europe. I'm pretty sure it was more than a third of Europe. I think it was maybe a third of Europe as a whole, but a ton of, like, certain areas, like, almost everybody died. How many people in Europe died of the Black Plague? 50 million people, but this was in the 1300s. So 50 million people in the 1300s is way more than the 1900s. 30 to 60% of the continent's population of Europe died. Florence, for example, lost up to 60% of its population, similar to London. So, like, heavily populated cities lost, like, more than half of their people.
Just because of how quickly it spread, or how quickly their
It was a third of the world. That's what it was.
Patients died, but the process of how people died from it. Heliotrope cyanosis was a symptom of the Spanish flu, where a patient's skin would slowly turn purple as their lungs filled with fluid, preventing them from getting enough oxygen into their bloodstream. The blue/purple color would start in their lips and fingers, but eventually spread across their whole body as they neared death. After the patient passed, their entire body would then quickly turn from purple to black. Truly horrific stuff. To make matters worse, 1918 was also the final year of World War I, which saw another 5 million global casualties and made most of Europe no fun. Also in this year, you had the Russian Revolution going on, which ended the House of Romanov for good with the assassination of Nicholas II and his family this year. This revolution allowed Vladimir Lenin to take power, where he established a totalitarian dictatorship that oversaw the mass killing of political dissidents. The revolution was marked by brutal civil war and famine, which killed millions more. And finally, the Treaty of Versailles was being drafted, which, while not initially terrible, put Germany in a super bad mood that had some pretty major downstream consequences. But more on that later. Number 9, 1492.
What happened in 1492? I feel like there's a gap. I feel like there's a gap in human knowledge. Like, most humans know a lot of shit that happened between 1800 and, like, today. And then you know a little bit about the 1600s and, like, Jamestown and, you know, fucking witch trial shit, blah, blah, blah. You know, you could even go back to, like, certain, like, poets or people that were alive, like musicians in, like, 1300s. 1492, oh, Columbus. Columbus sailed the ocean blue in 1492. Ooh. That one slipped the brain for a minute there. Yeah.
We all know in 1492, Columbus sailed the ocean blue. But by doing
you gotta say the rhyme for me to know. You can't just show me the date.
that, Columbus also opened up a portal to hell for nearly everyone who is currently living in the Americas.
Yo, that motherfucker was a horrible person, bro. They don't teach. Yo, they deadass didn't teach. I feel like now they probably do. I remember when I was a kid, bro, they did not teach about Columbus being a horrible person. They were like, Columbus founded the Americas. That motherfucker lied to the Native Americans and said that the fucking moon was gonna, or the sun was gonna disappear, or the moon was gonna disappear. They lied. He was like, hey, the sun's gonna disappear if you don't fucking give us food. And they were like, no, it won't, because who the fuck would believe that? And he just knew knowledge about astronomy, and he said his god was more powerful than theirs. And then there was a fucking solar eclipse, and the sun disappeared. And then they fucking gave them all their food, and then died.
Every indigenous person that came in contact with the Europeans...
I thought he said the moon would be of blood. I'm pretty sure he just predicted a solar eclipse. Yeah, in 1504. There was a total lunar eclipse. Oh, lunar eclipse. During his fourth voyage, Christopher Columbus induced the inhabitants of Jamaica to continue provisioning him and his hungry men, intimidating them by predicting a total lunar eclipse. Some claim Columbus used the ephemeris of the German astronomer, but Columbus himself attributed the prediction to the Almanac of Abraham Zacuto. He got beached, blah, blah, blah. They needed food. They couldn't give it to him. And then he, like, basically just, like,
settler was
lied
either
to them. He would also, like, you know, do some pretty fucked up shit in general.
Killed by a disease, killed in the slave trade, killed in war, or died of a broken heart. And while it certainly didn't all happen in 1 year, the introduction of European settlers to the Americas ended up killing 90% of the indigenous population.
Even if it was a peaceful interaction, Europeans brought over diseases that the Native Americans hadn't encountered yet. And then they all died. Same thing with, like, a lot of encounters with, like, Amazonian, like, tribes. Like, you just, like, go see them. You could be peaceful, and then they're all just gonna get, like, fucking smallpox and die.
Diseases like smallpox, measles, and influenza decimated communities that had no immunity to these foreign illnesses. I guess one could argue that the events of 1492 had positive effects.
It was not peaceful. I'm saying there was multiple interactions. There were instances of peaceful interactions. Many were not.
On much of humanity.
I'm not with Columbus. I'm talking about, like, people just arriving to the Americas.
Leading to the age of exploration and the eventual globalization of trade and culture that brought us things like pizza and chocolate. However, the near extinction of an entire continent civilization does put it on our list. Number 8, 2008. This is probably the
housing market crash. I feel like we're jumping pretty heavily here. The housing market crash of 2008 was worse than smallpox.
Height of recency bias, but
and Vladimir Lenin.
Who cares? It sucked. 2008 was the year the entire world realized that rich people just basically make up how much money there is. And for a number of reasons too complicated to go into in this video, something called Lehman Brothers went out of business, and then the entire global economy collapsed. Stock markets around the world crashed. The American auto industry nearly went belly up, and the cost of food and gas.
And the bubble of borrowing money or having debt to buy assets is like what's happening right now with the AI bubble. I'm not trying to, like, make people panic, but the shit that happened right before the 2008 housing market crash, where people were taking on debt to buy houses and assets, is exactly what's happening right now with big businesses. So if it fails, they're fucked.
Went through the roof. It was the worst financial crisis since the Great Depression, causing millions of Americans to lose their jobs and homes. Also, if you've ever wondered, why do houses cost so much these days? Well, in the aftermath of the 2008 mortgage crisis, new home construction basically stopped for about 10 years because nobody could get a loan. And since there wasn't a 10-year hiatus on unprotected sex, we now have way too many people and way too few houses. So thanks again, 2008, for still ruining all of our lives. What? China and Australia's economy actually grew during the Great Recession? What do you mean America isn't the center of the universe? Number 7, 73,000 BC.
Yeah, I feel like that's a little absurd to put the 2008 housing market crisis as one of the worst years in human history. Like, I wouldn't even say that's, like, top 50. Like, you could say 30s was, like, the Great Depression, because that was bad for the world as well.
Okay, so we're a little loosey-goosey on the exact year, but trust me, whenever it was bad. Rewind
73,000 BC. I love how we're jumping around history right now. We got Spanish flu. We have Christopher Columbus, 2008, and now 73,000 BC.
Clock 70 or so millennia, and you'll witness what's known as a super
Pompeii. When was Pompeii? Wait, is this Pompeii?
Volcano eruption.
No, Pompeii was not 73,000 BC. 73,000 BC, there wasn't fucking cities yet. When was Pompeii? That was probably like fucking 3,000 years ago. 79 CE, so 2,000 years ago.
This particular event is known as the Toba catastrophe and is probably the thing Indonesia is second most famous for after Komodo dragons. This eruption set off a 10-year volcanic winter that nearly eliminated the entire human species. The Toba eruption released so much volcanic ash into the atmosphere that it blocked sunlight, leading to a drastic drop in global temperatures. The few survivors faced harsh conditions, with scarce food and resources, struggling to maintain their communities. The entire human population left on Earth was somewhere between 3,000 and 10,000 people, or roughly the size of Brandon, South Dakota.
And we're all descendants of them. Wow. We're all related to those people. That's what I feel like. That's so cool that like every person has a common ancestor, like what, 60 people ago or something. Like there's somebody that so we're all related in some way. Yeah. But not in a sense of like incest. But then I'm pretty sure this era is when they were making like was it whale bones? No, I think it might have been like, what's that motherfucker from Ice Age? A mammoth. Mammoth bone huts. Yeah, people used to live in this. Stuff that looked like this. Ukraine. Mammoth bone structure homes. This is like when it was like really fucking cold out. They would make shit like this out of just straight animal remains because it was so insulative. And they would put like hides and other stuff on the outside because it was just cold as fuck.
You've never heard of Brandon, South Dakota? Okay, Madison Square Garden can hold around 20,000 people, so the entire population left on Earth after that eruption could fit in MSG twice. This phenomenon is known as a genetic bottleneck, and is also why we're all kind of related. Number 6, 1929. The Roaring Twenties came to an abrupt end in 1929 when the U.S. stock market crashed, setting off, stop me if you've heard this before, a global economic collapse. The Great Depression that followed was a decade-long economic...
Oh no! Oh no! American steel is down! Is down! Let me go withdraw all my money from the bank. And then they had no money.
Disaster that affected almost every country in the world.
Yeah, imagine pulling up to a bank going, I want to withdraw my money. And they go, we don't have it. Huh? Huh?
Mental health was...
We don't have it. Huh?
At an all-time low immediately following the market crash. Self-deletion rates were so high that some hotel operators in New York City would ask guests if they needed a room for sleeping or jumping out of. That's real. In the U.S., 1 in 4 people became unemployed, and wages for the remaining workforce were basically cut in half. Bread lines and soup kitchens became a common sight, and many people lost their homes and savings. One farmer of the day knew he couldn't afford to feed his sheep, so he slit their throats and threw them down a canyon instead of letting them starve. It's like,
wow.
What? They don't like sheep? The events of 1929 set off a decade of economic hardship that culminated in Earth's favorite pastime, World War. Number 5, 1601. If you take one thing away from this video...
Is that the witch trials? When were the witch trials? I was just in Salem. No, that was 1692.
It should be that volcanoes are bad. So bad, in fact, that one volcano in Peru basically turned the lights off for the whole planet. The eruption of Huayna Patina in 1600 was one of the largest volcanic events in recorded history, spewing vast amounts of ash into the...
Bro, I want to see the volcano eruption that's that big that it blacks out the sun from the whole world. One volcano erupting that much.
Atmosphere. The summer of 1601 was known as the summer with no sunshine. Sunlight levels dramatically decreased everywhere in the world, causing mass famine, but nowhere more so than Russia. The lack of sunlight led to crop failures and livestock death. A third of the Russian...
Did technology wipe out serial killers? We were talking about that the other day. About how, not even with serial killers. Bro, murdering somebody today, not impossible, but really hard. Like, if you were alive in the 1800s, you could have just walked up to somebody, shot him in the face, and left. Not even hidden the body. You could have your fingerprints all... How do you know? Because there's cameras everywhere. And forensics. If you were alive in the... Bro, people always glaze, like, some serial killers that were alive in, like, the 1700s. I'm like, yeah. I don't even like that, using the word term glazed, because they were serial killers. But people will be like, they were so sneaky. So sneaky? If you were a serial killer in the 1700s, 1800s, you could walk up to somebody, stab them, walk away, have blood, piss, urine come anywhere over. They'd have no idea. If nobody saw the guy that killed him, they just go, I don't know, dude. It was dark outside. And then you move on.
Why did the so-called golden age of serial killers come to...
All right, I don't want to call it golden age of serial killers. Like we were in the Renaissance.
Such an abrupt end. Maybe because the world changed. Because the net closed in. Because cameras went up, databases went live, phones started ringing 3 digits instead of 10, 911. And the internet connected everything. See, the monsters didn't stop. The world stopped letting them move. Did technology kill
There's still serial killers that exist. I'm pretty sure the U.S. has like an estimated... Yeah, the U.S. estimated at... The FBI has previously estimated as many as 500 serial killers are active in the United States. More accurate sources suggest a limited number of 20 to 25 or 20 to 50 active serial killers at any given moment. There's serial killers active, but it's like not as many as there were back then.
The serial killer. Welcome to Breakfast Cereal. My name's Josh. If you've been following along, you know I've been building a series asking, where did all the serial killers go? What killed the so-called golden age of serial killers? You know, that strange, terrifying stretch in the 70s and 80s when it felt like Kemper, Berkowitz, and Ramirez were everywhere all at once.
I feel like that was because in the 70s and 80s, serial killers had the maximal amount of technology and things at their hands that they could use to kill and use other people. But that technology wasn't advanced enough yet to go against them, right? Like they had fast cars, they had phones, they had stuff, but tracking and knowing and being able to use that against people that were committing crimes with them was not possible or hard.
So far, I've tackled lead poisoning, DNA, long-haul trucking, even the controversial idea that serial killers just evolved into mass shooters. If you're new here, hit subscribe, check out the backlog, and...
Really? I feel like there is a difference between mass shooters and serial killers. Not in like in a moral sense, it's both terrible, but I'm saying like the motivation between somebody being a mass shooter and a serial killer, I feel like one is wanting to just watch the world burn and like borderline like anarchy sociopath shit. The other serial killing is more like they like the chase. They like the idea of getting away with it. Mass killers aren't trying to get away with it. Like they're just going in, killing people, and then either shooting themselves or getting taken down.
Because honestly, that's where half of the real conversation happens. There are thousands of theories down there in some cases, and I love reading through.
How many murders have you passed in your life? I think that's a statistic. It varies by person, but how many murderers does the average person walk past in their life? The average person unknowingly crosses paths with 16 to 36 murderers. But like that depends on your like where you are, who you are. Like if you live in New York City, it's probably higher.
Through them. But today,
like if you live in fucking rural Wyoming, you might never encounter a murderer.
I want to zoom out a little wider. I want to talk about technology in the big sense. The stuff that turned the late 20th century into the early 21st. Not just DNA, but everything else. Let's start with this chart, because you know I love a good chart. And if you've been around here for a little while, this...
Serial killings have flatlined?
Because you know I love a good chart.
There's no way it's at 0. 0. But in 1980, it was 100 people.
And if you've been around here for a little while, this chart is starting to look very, very familiar. Serial killing.
Do you think the average person in the U.S. in the 80s was like, a woman was like genuinely fearful of... I know women today don't like feel safe, obviously, at night in like a dark alley or like situations where they could be vulnerable. But I'm saying, do you think it was like a daily thought for an average woman in the 80s in like a big city to be like, like this guy might actually be a serial killer?
In early 80s, spiking way above anything seen before. Then, suddenly, by like mid 90s, downhill, a sharp decline. By the 2000s, the line is flat. I mean, barely a shadow of its former self. Now, overlay another line, technological adoption. Home computers, cell phones, surveillance cameras, national crime databases, the spread of 911 systems, the internet.
Yeah, it's not even just like cameras and surveillance. It's like tracking, bro. The evidence of like, even if you're good at hiding prints and you are able to hide yourself and hide the body, the police are going to know where and when you took this person because everybody has a phone on them and all phones have trackers. And they're able to tap into that and see where and when you were and where you disappeared, when you disappeared, where the phone went. Like, you can't hide your trail.
And those two lucky ATMs with of 911 systems, the internet, the rise of caller ID, ATMs with cameras, even store security systems. And those two lines, look, they almost cross like an X. As the killers drop, tech rises. Coincidence? As we see again, maybe. But again, hard to ignore the timing. When I first started looking at this, it reminded me of my own hometown, actually, when we first started installing its first set of traffic cameras. People complained like crazy. It's like, oh, Big Brother's watching. They said it was pointless. But guess what happened? Car accidents at that intersection where they put in the first ones dropped by like almost half. I mean, not because people suddenly cared about safety, but because they knew they were being watched. Now, imagine being a predator.
I feel like traffic cameras, though, like, I don't think people were upset more with traffic cameras for the effect of, like, oh, Big Brother. I think it's more like, damn, I ran a stoplight and it just took a picture of my plate. Is that more agreeable? I feel like that's more what people are annoyed with. Nobody cares about a traffic camera, like, recording info. It's when they use that to give you a ticket because you ran a yellow and it hit red, and now you're getting charged, you know, fucking hundreds of dollars. You got points on your license. You're going to be like, oh, this sucks. You know, that's what people are upset about.
They were being watched. Now, imagine being a predator in 1977. No cameras, no databases, no caller ID. It was like the wild...
No fucking street lights! That's another thing. You could stab somebody right out in the open. There were no lights anywhere. Yes, there were street lights. They existed, but they were more far and few between. In the 70s, used a lot of other random shit. And when you had that, there was no need to be like, what if somebody sees me? Because it's fucking pitch black everywhere.
NCIC, National Crime Information Center, went live in 1967, but it really came into its own in the 80s and 90s.
The National Crime Information Center is a computerized system serving all law enforcement agencies, local, state, and federal.
You could think of it as like a giant digital filing cabinet for law enforcement across the U.S. It stores everything. Criminal records.
Oh my God.
Stolen...
What, so if you're a serial killer that's moving across multiple states, it's easier for county and city police to also get roped in on it and find out things about you rather than it just being some high-grade CIA type shit, FBI. They're looking into a guy that's like cross-country killing people as a trucker. Now they could just see that.
Warrants, fingerprints. Suddenly, you got a cop in Nebraska could type in a license plate and know instantly if it was connected to a crime in Arizona. I mean, that was revolutionary. Then came VICAP, the Violent Criminal Apprehension Program, launched by the FBI in 1985. VICAP was designed specifically with serial offenders in mind. It's a database that tracks the details of violent crimes, methods, victim types, crime scene signatures, and it looks for patterns across jurisdictions. So if a strangulation in Kansas looked eerily similar to one in Oklahoma, VICAP could flag it. Before that, those cases would have lived and died in separate filing cabinets. I mean, that...
I still think there's serial killers that exist today. It's just like, I don't want to say it's like more low profile, but like, bro, like Ted Bundy and John Wayne Gacy, bro, they'd be killing people like every other month. Like, it would be nonstop. I feel like serial killers now, they'll kill a guy, wait 5 years, kill a guy. And then that's not showing up, right? Like, they're still a serial killer. They still have a profile of an individual that they're tracking down. They've been doing this their whole life. They wait for it. But they're like separating it to a point where it's not showing up of like, oh, this seems like a pattern because it's so spaced out.
That seems absolutely huge, don't you think? I mean, even if it wasn't perfect, And VICAP especially struggled in the early years because not every department was using it properly or reporting it. It was the beginning of a net, though. A net that got tighter every single year. Let's talk about cameras. In the 70s, you could walk down a street, grab someone, shove them into a car, and unless somebody physically saw you with their own two eyes...
Yo, any